Hello and welcome to the July 8th, 2026 Historic District Commission Workshop. This is the business portion of the meeting. It will last until approximately 1 o'clock, and then we will get started with our public hearings. We have a few staff announcements, and we have a very large jam-packed workshop today. So if there's anything we don't get to, we will roll it over to the to the August workshop. But the first announcement I'd like to make is that we have a summer intern with us today. Chase Jackson has joined us. He is a rising junior at Clemson this fall, and he is working on a business marketing degree and doing some work with digital marketing. And he's here helping, working on some historic preservation work and some urban design work. Chase, is there anything you'd like to share about yourself with the commission?
Um, so as she said, my name is Chase Jackson, going to Clemson, studying business marketing. Nothing really anything else. I'm excited to be here and hopefully I'm enjoying the rest of when I'm here. So August. So yeah.
Um, we also have at your desks, I don't know if, given how tight the meeting is today, I don't know if we'll get to review the annual report, but Jen and Marilyn have pulled data and put together the annual report. It is printed out. If we have time, we will review it in more detail later. And if not, we can go over it more at the meeting next month. We will also be posting this on socials and on our website as well for everyone to see. Next, we have one pre-application workshop item. Catherine is here to talk about 927 East Boulevard. And Catherine, if you would turn on your mic. The commission has seen this project at 927 East Boulevard. There is an approved project at this site for an addition to the front of the building and to the left side. And the applicants have some design changes they want to talk about with the commission before they formally apply for these changes and hopefully get some high-level, non-binding feedback and direction. So Catherine, you have a few minutes to talk about the project.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we are kind of wanting to get feedback about 2 points. One being expanding the footprint further, closer towards the Dilworth Road West side particularly, and then also slightly increasing the overall height, keeping it 2 stories, but slightly increasing the overall height. So those are the 2 kind of main points I want to just kind of get feedback from today. So you can see the gray outline of the existing kind of footprint of the building. And so we already were planning on kind of doing an addition to the front towards the East Boulevard side, and then like Christy mentioned, to the left to the parking lot side. But now we are also proposing to expand the footprint slightly by adding that strip along the Dilworth Road West side, and then on the rear of the building as well towards the parking. So in doing so, we kind of wanted to look at other kind of corner lot conditions in the neighborhood and on the blocks over, because a lot of the corner lots are kind of, the buildings are kind of pushed up close to the side streets as well as up to the East Boulevard corridor as well. So we kind of wanted to be in keeping with the building across the street, across Dilworth Road West, as well as the corner lots on the block over. So this would just kind of help expand the footprint a little bit for future retail tenants particularly. It would be kind of accommodate them better than the previous design. So that's kind of the reason for it. And then, yep, that's a site plan, very preliminary, just kind of showing that The parking wouldn't be changing, kind of would be leaving that as we had already previously proposed, but would just be kind of adding that portion on the right-hand side and then to the rear to kind of flush out along that sidewalk that we kind of already had there. So it did push up a couple feet in the front too. I think it went down to 20 feet from the property line. It used to be in our original proposal 22 feet. So just a couple feet on the front, but that's one of the main things I kind of wanted to just discuss and kind of get your thoughts on, as well as the overall building height would be growing about 6 feet from what was originally designed and approved. We weren't doing any modifications to the height originally, so this would be keeping it a 2-story building, but just giving a little bit more in the floor-to-floor height for, again, better for future tenants. And we kind of have some examples that show that along that East Boulevard corridor, there's kind of a lot of variation in building heights, some over 40 feet, some below 20 feet. So a lot of the corner conditions, the buildings tend to be taller and then step down as the block goes on. So that was what we were showing with these street elevations. And then the last sheet just kind of shows the front elevation proposed now versus what we had proposed and gotten approved before, so you can see the height difference. That would really be made up with a little bit taller of a parapet, but then adding additional glazing to the first floor for a little bit more of a transparency between the pedestrian walkway and then the inside of the building. So
You're adding a corner entrance too,
yes,
right?
adding a corner entrance now that we're kind of bumping out closer to Dilworth Road West. It kind of created a nice moment to be able to connect the corner back to the rest of the site. So that's the main kind of points. Would be proposing to keep the overall design kind of consistent with what we had submitted before. So a lot of the details, the windows, the brick detailing would be pretty much the same as what we had previously gotten approved. So.
All right, any questions or comments?
I have a question. So the parapet's going up 2 feet, is that what you said?
No, so the floor to floor height is going up in first floor and second floor, and then
I
that's
see.
what makes up
Okay,
the
okay,
difference,
I
yeah.
gotcha. And then
Oh.
can you go back to the plan where it has that build to line or whatever that
So
said?
that site plan.
Yeah, 20 foot frontage build to zone. What does that mean?
That was a city requirement, so that's the building is required to, the frontage of the building is required to be at a certain point along the street. So we have to, it didn't follow that in the previous existing building, but with doing the addition, we were trying to get to that build to zone, which is required by zoning to basically get the building closer to the street. So
So that's not sorry, I don't understand that, but it's not a setback. You gotta be this
yeah,
close or closer?
yeah.
That's what that's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Which our previous proposal was already doing that. This is just pushing it a little bit closer. So that's just kind of left over from the site plan from the civil engineer,
But your
but
previous proposal wasn't going any closer to Dilworth West, right?
right.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. That's the main difference as far as setbacks go.
And then is this dotted line here, this is where you're extending the building?
I think that it doesn't quite line up with that. I think it was a little bit over.
Okay.
Originally. The previous footprint isn't shown on there, so it's not exactly that much, but it's close to it. It's like 11 feet of a addition on the right side towards
So
Dilworth.
we're looking at, whoops. Too far. So you are, what's that number?
20'4"
Okay.
from the property line, and then on the right-hand side, it's 9'10" from the property line.
Setback was discussed heavily during the first review, so that's
With
what
it, yeah, bringing it up to East Boulevard was a big part of it. So that's why we wanted to kind of get thoughts on the other street as well before getting too far.
Any other thoughts or comments?
The property behind there is multifamily.
Mm-hmm, yep.
Property diagonally behind is multifamily or townhomes, I think, right? To the, yeah.
I believe
they're
so,
townhomes,
yeah.
I think, right?
Yeah.
Do you have the site plan where you show the approved and then close up issue setbacks?
I don't have it showing what the previous approved design was. I just have the square footage. It was 8,770 square feet for the footprint before, and now it'll be 10,400 square feet. So we're increasing it by less than 2,000, but I don't have it
Do you know
drawn
what,
in there.
what was your setback before?
It was 22, oh, from the front setback, it was 19 feet on the addition portion, and then it was 20'9" from the existing part of the facade that was staying. So it was pretty much the existing facade all the way down to the front where we were doing the addition, and it bumped out just a couple feet closer to Dilworth Road West. But on the front part, it was 22 feet on the front, and now it's 20'4".
Okay.
So 1'8" closer.
And that 20 from the approved was closer than the original, right?
Yes.
By how much again? I'm sorry.
So this is the,
That's the original building,
original.
the gray line, and that was 47'3" from the
you-
property line. So we increased it by like almost 25 feet to the road, to East Boulevard. And so then this would be 1'8" more than what we had originally proposed.
And I'm sorry, how much taller are you getting overall?
6'4".
6'4".
We're adding almost 3 feet to the floor to floor, first to second or 0 to 1 and 1 to 2.
This is still an expansion of the existing building.
No, this would be new construction.
I remember when this came before.
Mm-hmm.
Originally was also.
No, that was partial new construction and partial existing. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because of that height difference. We've also explored just expanding the building and further with the additions and keeping the building that we had before, so kind of just further expanding, but it didn't address the future for retailers that may benefit from having a higher floor to floor height. So that's kind of why we are exploring this right now, to better accommodate future retail tenants.
So my only other comment, which is that discussing the original in this, and your approved COA, a lot of that conversation with the architects and the commission centered on how successful it was at taking the original.
Yeah.
and working with what was there to make it better and more efficient.
Yep.
And meet the goals of your client.
Yep.
Standards, and what's proposed now just is such a different animal altogether because you're all.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to, at least for me, to kind of say, yeah, you should.
Right.
Inspire you because it's struggling, it's hard to go.
Yeah. Right.
That's a great point. We talk in our design standards how the context of East Boulevard is residential in form, even though it's been turned into commercial. And so if this is starting as a blank slate, then there may be some different design considerations that the commission might have with what goes back. Okay.
Just open Pandora's box.
No.
All right. Well, we have to move on. Thank
Okay.
you, Catherine.
Thank you.
We do have quorum now, so there are, I'd like to do the executive committee vote first, since that's critical for moving forward. We voted last workshop to defer a nomination vote to July because of having less members here last month. We did talk a little bit about the upcoming executive committee board at our retreat back in April. And I believe the conversation, I know we're missing Heather, but she has verbally agreed to continue serving as second vice chair should the commission deem it appropriate to reappoint her. And I believe Shauna, Commissioner Bell, has agreed to continue as chair. Has that changed? Okay, good. So with Nichelle's resignation, we are left with a vice chair position that needs to be filled. And so what we would probably need to do this in two parts. Nominate someone for vice chair and have that person accept that nomination, and then do a vote to appoint or reappoint the new slate of officers. So, do we have any, the duties of the vice chair are, should Chair Bell not be here, would be to take and run the meetings in absence of our chair, or should our chair need to recuse for any reason, the vice chair steps in. The other responsibilities are with our executive board. There are sometimes changes to COAs that staff may slightly exceed what staff can approve, but may be so minor that it might not be appropriate to bring it back to the commission. A good example was there was a project that the Zotwall survey was 6 inches off. And so the applicant just needed approval that their new construction was fine based on this inaccuracy of the Zotwall survey, and we sent it to executive board. Executive board signed off on that. Executive board can also say, no, we think, XYZ project needs to go back to the commission for review. And we conduct those, on an as needed basis. I would say it's a couple times a year. And we also have in our rules for procedure that the second vice chair needs to be either an architect or a contractor. So any volunteers for vice chair? Everyone's avoiding me. So that's for our second vice chair. That's what Heather is fulfilling currently. So for our vice chair, it can be any member of the commission.
See which way the fence blows.
There for a reason. I am also looking at Commissioner Stanley. Okay. Okay. Would someone like to nominate? Okay.
Commissioner Sullivan to the position of vice chair.
And you accept? Okay. Do they need to vote on that?
Yes, I think we need to vote to appoint the new executive board.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we don't need to vote on, he just needs to accept the nomination.
Correct, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So
Can we use our mics? Thank you.
the new executive board will be Shauna Bell continuing as chair, Sean Sullivan continuing as, or being appointed to vice chair, and Heather Wojcik continuing to serve as second vice chair. So that will be our slate of officers for the new fiscal year FY27. And it runs from today until June 30th of 2027. Do we have a motion to slate this board, this
I'm-
executive committee?
I move to accept this, that slate of nominees. with
Perfect.
following, yeah.
Okay.
Since I walked in the room.
Yeah.
Is there oops, sorry. Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. What do I do? Oh, any discussion? Glad to be your leader. Okay, commission,
All in favor?
oh, I can just do that? Okay, great. All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? All right.
Unanimous, thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Commissioner Solomon, and thank you, Chair Bell and Commissioner Wojcik for continuing to serve. We now have visitors who we just talked about, Nichelle, officially resigning. We have an at-large position for Nichelle's seat, and we have people here. Colleen, I believe, is first. If you'd like to join us up front in the hot seat. We will limit speakers to 2 minutes and then try to keep everything brief with question and answer from the commission. So Colleen, you submitted online, and some of the information you submitted has been provided to the commission in advance of this meeting and is also being shared for everyone to see. So if you would like to turn the mic on, so just press the button till it hits green. Perfect.
Oh, there we
If
go.
you'd like to
Okay.
just share your name
Sure.
and a bit about yourself and why you're
Okay,
interested.
thanks for having me here. My name is Colleen Murphy. I moved here to Charlotte in 2018. And I raised my children in Connecticut, in Litchfield, Connecticut, in a house that was built in 1782. So I have a strong passion for preservation and historical reverence. And so that's why I applied to volunteer for this position. And I do believe that Charlotte could use a little bit better preservation in our city. We've got some beautiful, beautiful neighborhoods that are a lot of the homes are being torn down that are like, it's upsetting, you know? So, yeah, that's my story. It was pretty simple. Charlotte's a beautiful city, and I'm about preserving.
Thanks, Colleen.
Yep.
All right, thank you. I just had one question. So I saw that you remember the Historic Commission in Pompano. So
For a short window before I moved, yeah.
got you. So can you just like briefly talk about like any insights that you have from that, or like additional talents and skills that you would bring to this commission?
So what we worked on there as a committee, as a statue, and it took a while, a statue for oh golly, for preservation, for a little historic walkway. And that was put in Pompano. Yeah.
Any other questions for Ms. Murphy?
And I have dealt with historic commissions and committees with having the house built in 1782 because it was in the historic district. So going to replace windows and siding, stuff like that, you know, I've known what that's about.
How do you feel about reading plans and understanding site plans and floor plans and elevations and that sort of thing?
I have to be honest, I'm pretty green about it.
Okay.
I am willing to learn. But yeah.
Colleen, do you, was it the Litchfield or Pompano commissions, do you remember if they were CLG commissions, certified local governments?
The Pompano was a government run. The Litchfield was not. Yeah.
Yeah, just the reason I ask is because, you know, until I understood the difference, and there's a big difference.
Yeah.
It was, the way the commissions run, you know, CLG standards that are, the commissions use to gauge, you know, applications are very different, but it sounds like you've had experience with both.
Yeah, Pompano was the city. Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions?
All right. Great.
Oh,
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks, Colleen.
Okay.
I have,
Thank you.
feel free to stay. I don't know if they'll vote today or not, but you're welcome to leave and I can follow up as well. Okay, okay, that sounds great. Yes. Mhm. We, let's see, Michael pulled his application, so he will not be joining us today. He has some, he splits his time between Maine and Charlotte on grandparent duties. So I did ask him if he might be willing to help us out with some of our work with the new trades academy since he's a building official, and he agreed. So we'll hope to see Michael again soon. I don't know, is Travis or Nicholas? Nicholas? Okay, hi Nicholas. Come on up. And Nicholas, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming. If you'd like to share, you have 2 minutes as well to share about your background and your interest in being part of the commission.
Awesome. So I moved down to Charlotte about 3 years ago. Following family, as most people do, came down with my brother. I live and operate out of Westview Heights here in Charlotte. I'm a local realtor, property manager, and also owner of a renovation company with my partner that's a general contractor. With that being said, I manage properties. In Westview Heights alone, we have like 12 properties under management. In Wilmore, we have a bunch of properties. So with that being said, I'm coming more in contact with the historic district, and we just did a project on Walnut recently that you guys, I'm sure you reviewed last time, and waiting for that one to be completed. But I originally reached out for see if I could do like a volunteer position because I have a lot of properties, a lot of tenants, people living in the community, and I think what's missing here in Charlotte is just the community sense. I mean, I have all these people that they love to walk the Greenway, they love to go to Plaza Midwood, they love to go try new coffee shops. And I'm seeing Westview Heights in particular, like off Thrift Road, just develop rapidly. And there's all this potential for a community. So I wanted to kind of be a part of the historic district to see not only have the inn, but provide knowledge to offer assistance and also establish more of a community here in Charlotte because there's tons of greenway space and yeah, just passionate about the historic part of Charlotte because when you're driving through these different neighborhoods and you see these buildings, 1930s, 1920s, you know, it's really nice to see to be able to preserve these and keep it up because a lot of the times I'm sure you guys drive around Charlotte, you see new construction popping up on every corner. You see people just demoing places and building better supposedly. But there is a part of Charlotte that definitely needs to be preserved. So that's why I'm here today. Thank everyone for having me.
Thank you. You said you're a GC or your partner's a GC?
My partner's a GC. I'm a local realtor and property manager. My partner, AKA my wife. So we do a lot of projects together. So it very well happens that I'm able to provide like a one-stop shop for clients, like whether they're buying, selling, renting, managing, and then turning into renovation. I have a lot of knowledge from everything that goes into each aspect of that.
Okay, so to Commissioner Taylor's question, the comfortability of reading plans and understanding the architectural design and all of that, how comfortable are you with that?
Very familiar. We just recently we've completed 8 Chipotles here in the surrounding Charlotte region. With that being said, the amount of plans and the package that I have to read through are very complex, very comfortable with that. Also, I've helped builders read through residential plans. I'm not technically GC myself, but I've been there through the process to understand what needs to happen through those plans. So I'm able to provide some insight on that as well. Been in the renovation space for a little over 3 years myself.
Any other questions for Mr. Chambers?
Have you ever?
No. After the fact with a property manager? Have I been in front of like a member of the board for a client? Yeah. Yeah, I have a pending application actually to you guys that we're trying to figure out. We have a pending application. We have one application that was approved. And then we have a pending one still for exterior of 444 Walnut for columns.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to reach out to help to see if I could be a volunteer, not really to sway my projects from passing. That's not my intention here.
He's had a staff application, and I think there's one coming up in the next couple of months for the commission.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think that's it. I don't think Travis showed up. So commissioners, it's up to you if you'd like to consider this and vote today, or if you would like to vote next month. What is the temperature?
Missing anybody for that?
Travis said he was attending, but we are missing Commissioner Kerm. That would be it. Otherwise, we have a pretty good count here today. Yeah.
Any objections to voting or deciding today?
I can leave. if that
No,
was-
you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. No. It's fine. Commissioner Taylor, you seem like you want to make a motion. Yeah, to
To nominate.
nominate one of these. Now, how it works is the commission will nominate, but it is ultimately up to the mayor and council who they deem appropriate. But we do send a memo with the commission's recommendation, and it is strongly considered.
Discussion, I'm fine, make a motion.
Okay, perfect.
Motion to nominate Nicholas Chambers to commission.
Second.
Second. Right. And just to clarify, this is for an at-large position that fills the former seat by Nichelle Hawkins.
Okay.
Great.
Can we,
Still one seat.
And there's still one seat. With the mayor, Commissioner Lineberger is the planning commission liaison and is appointed by the mayor. And since we, up until the end of last week, have been in limbo with mayor, we decided to defer that consideration for her seat until August. So there is still another chance for anyone who didn't come today and would like to resubmit their application and be considered again, or any new applicants may be considered for Krista's seat next month.
can I do the all in favor again for this one?
I think we need you said yeah? I think we need, because of being online, I think we
Oh,
need the
okay.
call.
Okay.
If you want to, you can switch to having people
just-
say their own names, like Commissioner Holtz, yes.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Holtz, yes.
Commissioner Atkinson, yes.
Commissioner Sullivan, yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, yes.
Commissioner Stanley, yes.
Commissioner Whitlock, yes.
Commissioner Taylor, yes.
Commissioner Sowash, yes.
Commissioner Allred, yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion passes
10.
10-0.
Great.
Thank you. Looking forward.
Thanks. Congratulations. I'll be in touch, Nicholas. There's a couple more steps. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Commissioner Bell, if you wish to do the votes like this throughout the whole meeting, feel free. Okay. All right.
Do we have to say commissioner every time?
You can just say Taylor. Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I think we need I've been notified that we have one thing to work out with our attorney, so we need to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will reconvene with the applications for public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:14 PM. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sean Atkinson, Cameron Holtz, Emily Sowash, Ann Stanley, Sean Sullivan, Brett Taylor, Scott Whitlock, and Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Draith, Jen Barrett, Elizabeth Lammy, Clara Light Graham, James Fawcett, Chase Jackson, CHP summer intern, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentation. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law states specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decisions. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preferences or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentation and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by a chair or the staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC's design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today in the room or online, please raise your hand and respond, "I do," to the following question.
Okay, hold on. Everyone who's sitting along the back wall, if you would please raise your right hand. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
All right. The first three applications are consent agenda, and they will probably move pretty quickly. The first application is 1709 Park Road. It is for some window changes on the front and right, or left and right elevations. There was a, see here, slide, it's mid-block. The applicant is preparing a separate application for a rear addition and taking some of the original windows from the rear and restoring openings on the left elevation and making previous openings on the right elevation more accurate. The front porch was infilled in the 70s. And the side door was also added. The application is to restore the original window from the rear to the side. There, it is color coded on slide 9 and slide 10. So window from the rear going to that right side, and then another window from the rear making a paired window also on the right side. And same on slide 10. Window from the rear, restoring that opening to a window. There's additional information that was found on the interior proving that the addition was from the 70s that the applicant has provided, and they also provided some write-up about the material. But staff is recommending approval with a few conditions. On slide 2. Okay, Chair Bell?
Does any commissioner, would any commissioner like this removed from consent?
Oh, 1 minute. Do we have any callers?
Just the person talking.
Okay, could you take Rebecca? Rebecca, you can take yourself off mute. Are you calling in about application number 1709 Park Road? And if not, what application are you calling in about? Can you take her?
I'm so sorry. I am just a neighbor who is interested in listening. I'm not calling in about anything specific.
Okay, great. We're glad to have you. Thanks, Rebecca. All right, sorry.
Okay. Any commissioner object to this staying on consent? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the Dilworth Local Historic District and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, numbers 1, 2, 5, and 6, and the City of Charlotte design standards for rehabilitation of building elements trim 4.11, numbers 1 and 2, windows 4.14, numbers 1 and 8, wood 5.2. This project is specifically being approved because it restores the left elevation to its original as-built condition. Because it reuses original windows in locations where non-original windows and doors were installed. It brings the infilled porch window more into compliance by enlarging the opening size to match the original first floor openings. I approve this with the conditions that if new window trim is needed, it will match the existing in detail, dimensions, and materials.
Motion by Commissioner Sowash, is there a second?
Second.
Second by, First Vice Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay, we'll do the vote, the new vote way.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to pass or motion to approve with condition passes 10-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 2309 Charlotte Drive. This is also a consent agenda item. This application is for an accessory dwelling unit in the rear yard. It is mid-block and it faces outside the district on Ortamore. The applicant has provided a site section on slide 11 that shows that the building is 10 feet shorter than the main house due to the extreme change in grade. On the front elevation facing the house, the building is 1.5 stories. Due to the change in grade on the back elevation, it is 2.5 stories with the garage almost subgrade. Staff is recommending approval with one caveat that there's some fenestration added to the right elevation. Let's see here, and that is shown on slide 2. Do we have any other callers besides Rebecca? Okay, no callers.
Is there any objection to this remaining on consent? If not, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve this application as it's not incongruous with the Dilworth Local Historic District that meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation numbers 1, 9, and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6, and accessory buildings 8.10. The project's being approved because the new accessory building is compatible with the style and character of the principal structure. The building is 10 foot 4 3/4 shorter than the principal structure and is also secondary in footprint, size, scale, and massing. The conditions of approval are as follows: add fenestration to the blank wall on the right elevation, provide information about the driveway dimensions, pool materials and other site changes for staff to review, provide window and door specs that meet the HGC standards, provide material dimensions and detail about the rake, fascia, and other unspecified trim that meets HGC standards for staff to review, provide brick and mortar samples for staff for probable approval, and all new masonry will be unpainted.
Okay. There's a first, there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion? I will take a vote. We'll vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Thank you. And our last consent agenda item is 2309 Charlotte Drive. And this is for a couple of additions. This lot is I closed the wrong thing. Hold, please. We just heard this is 2300 Charlotte Drive. My apologies. This is for a couple of additions. The lot in question is very unique. It's pie-shaped on a curve, and so the visibility of the changes to the side porch and the addition occurs from the street. So that's why this is before the commission for review. The architecture is also unique in the front door is on the side, and they have shed dormers on the left and right elevation instead of front and rear. The side porch is here. It has been changed over the years. You can see the porch flooring has been replaced. It is inconclusive whether or not this is original to the house. Staff could not figure that out based on our materials that we had on file. The earliest photo we have is from 1996, and you can see it was there, but with different screening. The applicant is seeking to change it to a to windows and doors and make no changes to the columns or the roof. And then they're also adding a rear addition here that is to the extent, this is the setback line, it's as far as it can go, and an open side porch on this side. The applicant has provided elevation drawings. So this is the existing set. This is the proposed. And they also have some 3D. They have also provided supplementary details detailing the change in paint color, which the commission doesn't review paint color, but these larger schematic drawings are appreciated. And I think the other reason why they are including this is because they are requesting to paint the brick. Staff is recommending approval of the project, but without the brick being painted on the new addition. And so the applicant is online. Looking at all. On page 3, I believe is, oh, page 2. Nope, starts on page 1. My bad. Other than the applicant being online, I don't believe we have any other speakers.
I do have one person that just popped up that I don't want.
Okay, do we want to?
It's Linda.
Oh, I believe Linda is with Angie. Is Linda S with you? Linda S, she's with you, right?
She's one of your,
Okay, okay,
yeah.
okay.
Okay. Is there any objection to this remaining on consent? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the Dilworth Local Historic District and meets the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation numbers 1, 2, 9, and 10, and the City of Charlotte Design Standards for Rehabilitation of Building Elements, Porches, 4.8, number 5, and new construction of residential structures, chapter 6. The project is being approved as the new porch doors button pattern matches the original bay window on the front elevation. Additionally, the porch changes are reversible and do not damage original architectural features. The rear addition is as well permitted to align flush with the left elevation due to the site constraints created by the parcel's unique triangular shape, which significantly limits the location and footprint of any addition. This approval is accompanied by the following conditions. For the front porch side changes, work with staff on porch floor, ceiling, siding, and trim details, and provide staff window and door specifications that meet HDC standards. For the rear addition, provide dimensions and details for addition height, roof slope, window and door trim, roof trim, etc. to staff. Reconfigure the rear elevations triple window to add mullions and 4/1 vertically oriented panes to match the existing historic windows on the original house. Provide staff with cap, base, and base trim on new porch columns and all new masonry to remain unpainted.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Sullivan, any discussion? Okay, let's go with the vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes. Stanley, yes.
Yes. Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to approve a condition passes 10-0.
All right, thank you. Our next application is 2031 Wilmore Drive, 2023 and 2027 Wooddale Terrace. This is a continuation from the June 10th meeting, and I believe Ashley Jimenez is joining us online.
Hello,
Hi, Ashley. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Perfect. Is Ashley Fitzpatrick joining as well?
I am not sure.
Okay. Okay.
My name is Ashley Jimenez. My address is 419 South Mulberry Street, Statesville, North Carolina.
Thanks, Ashley. I'm turning it over to Jen Bear.
All right, so like Christy said, this was continued from last month's meeting. We have the continued items listed at the top here, of the staff report on page 1, and those are in red, 1 through 6. And then we have the revised proposal information on page 2, also in red. And then we have the revised proposal staff comments below that. I think with that, I'll just turn it over to you, Ashley, to start your presentation, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much, Jen. Okay, let's start with item number 1, setback standards. Provide a site plan that shows the setbacks from the proposed. So I went on GIS and looked at those. May we look at the site? So we have 2 adjacent properties. We have on Wilmore Drive, which is at the bottom of the page, running left to right. We have our multifamily unit, and it is. Jen, can you read that dimension? It's a little difficult for me to read. I believe it's 22 feet from the front boundary to the front of the existing structure. Our proposal is our front porch is going to be sitting at the 17-foot front setback. And we are an additional 3 feet behind that for our proposed thermal wall. And then I did a rear setback on this same property to the right, and that is at 48 foot 9.5 feet. And we propose to go to our 25-foot rear setback. And then we have the property that goes up Wooddale Terrace. If everybody remembers, we have a lot of elevation change on this street. And this home is an odd shape, so it's maybe difficult to know kind of what these dimensions are from exactly, but I took the dimension to basically to show the distances from our property for this home. So you can see those there, 30 feet 4 inches at the front, and then at the closest 11 feet 8 inches, which is adjacent to the property to our right. And we can, if we need to, go back to the previous dimensions that I provided in our first presentation if we need the front setback on that property behind us. Okay, I believe that addresses item number 1. Item number 2, windows. So let's go to our elevations for these. So we did re-examine our window sizes and relationships using that the main level windows should be larger than the upper level windows. We have achieved that with our sizing here. We do have a basement level that's viewable from the left elevation, which is the main one we're looking at here. So we took the approach that those should also they should be about the same dimension as the ones on the main level. not smaller than. And so that is what we've applied here. So that is based on sizing. Additionally, we have gone around to verify our mutton designs. Our front unit, so unit 1, which is on the right of this view, has a 6/1 pattern, and we've made sure that that is continuous throughout that unit. Then we have our middle unit, unit number 2, and that has just the verticals in the top, so that'll be a 3/1. And we've made sure that that's applied. This unit only has a left and a right elevation, so we've applied that to all of those. And then unit 3, which is at the far left of this view, will again repeat that 6/1 pattern. Item number 3 on the continuation, cornices and trim. Study the details, specifically columns, posts, and similar details to tie the elevations together. So we have added those details on this elevation, as well as I have shown again our detail page that shows that. One of the items specifically that was talked about in the last meeting was on this unit 3 front porch, which is kind of where we're at right here. I'm needing 2 pieces of trim to break up that deck space at the front porch. And so we've taken care of that. We've added our base trim and our cap to the columns as well. And then our cornice detail will have our flashing and freeze. Let's go to our detail page. I think I see it there on the left. Yeah. So we can look here for our cornices and what we are anticipating here, as well as our columns. Our column trim is just to the right of that. With our cornice trim, knowing that our frieze needs to sit proud of the siding by a minimum of 1/4 inch, we will definitely achieve that. And provide the smaller base trim that you all prefer and is more historically correct to the columns versus the bigger ones we often see around town. And that those details are repeated through all 3 units to cohesively tie the structures together. Something that, let me see which item we want to address this on. So I think this would be on this item. One of the things that we did this time was we did a study. If we go to the left elevation, that's that really wide elevation that shows the basement. We did a study to show brick on the center unit. I don't know if anybody picked up on that, but that would, I tend to like how what that does to the eye, just to break up all this siding going across. We have 2 different types of siding. We have horizontal lap siding. We also have the shake siding that will be applied individually. We have stucco parge foundation, and then we have brick columns at the porches and main level or lower level roof lines. And so we thought, how can we kind of differentiate these units? And so we have applied brick all the way up that middle unit to the main level cornice. And if this is something that you all prefer, we can also apply that to the right elevation of this property. So we have, yes, that's the right there. We did not show that brick, but it would be on that middle unit, just on the bottom half. The dormer would remain as lap siding. Let's stay here on this elevation, Jen, because that is item number 4. Explore adding a window to break up the empty wall space. We do have a set of stairs that starts on the far right, about where Jen's mouse is, and heads up and ends before the top of that sliding glass door. So we are on a landing at that location, and I have quite a bit of, I've got the structure of the staircase in the way for a stair, which we're doing a lot now on newer homes, but certainly not historic. So we did find a place on that landing to add that window there just above Jen's mouse. Additionally, we extended the roof line over the slider. Last time it was brought in and more narrow over just the door area, and it felt more proper to us after we restudied it to actually expand it out and cover basically the width of the deck there. Okay, so that is item 4A. Okay. Item 5, right elevation, provide more information on the scale of the rear dormer. As it appears large, it is large. So we have done a study to break it up into 2 dormers. We have one as a shed, one as a hip. I'm noticing the roof is connected there, but we don't necessarily have to continue that shed roof off. We could cut that off. I'm not loving the study of this. Separating the dormers. I think my my preference would be to go back with the full width dormer there. The dormer on the far right is the primary bathroom, and the dormer on the left of this unit, the shed dormer, is the top of the stairs, over the stair, and then at the top of the stair landing. Okay. The other item on item 5, which is 5B, is restudy the orientation and presentation of the rear deck on unit 3. So we looked at that. There was some conversation, if you all recall, about this sliding glass door. It faces the rear elevation. And then we have our front door, and there's a unique access to that front door and front porch. So last time we had a deck off of, thank you, Jen. Yeah, I think this is the good view of it. Last time we had a deck that was raised up off of there. What we've determined is instead of doing a deck at almost the same level as main level, we would step down onto a patio so that it doesn't draw your eye up there to compete with the front porch. So we see the front porch as such, and the main entrance, and then the back patio acts as access to the rear yard from the living room inside the home. And a slider is preferred, but if that is something that we need to adjust to a quad French door, we can certainly do that. Okay. 5C, I believe we addressed in our window comment, was restudy the overall grid mutton design and size of the dormer windows in comparison to the windows on the first floor. I do see on the left elevation, the middle unit, I'm sorry, the right elevation. The double window in the middle does appear to be kind of big. So I'd be willing to size that down. And I think it probably should be sized down just slightly. That is over a staircase. So no challenges with egress there. And then item number 6 is about materials. So we have provided a few specific materials, but we have not specified any materials at this point in our process. So we intend to, so what we've done is provided some, what we think we might do, as well as our renderings do show pretty clearly what it is that we are hoping to apply to this home. So the brick would be unpainted. I know that's very important for you all. And it would be a brick, obviously, that's approved by staff before we get started. Our stucco parge would be a smooth finish. over our basement walls. We have a trim board in between the parge and the horizontal siding to break up the finishes there. And then we have our shake, as you can see there. The garage doors, I think we probably intend to paint those, as I doubt you all approve a wood look garage door versus a real wood garage door. So we'd like to paint those. And those garage doors, thank you, Jen, for working hard to get to there, would be a carriage style door. There are 3 singular doors. We would treat the 2 on the end, so units 1 and 3 would match the top unit that we show, or the top garage door design with the windows in them or with the lights in them. And then the middle unit would have a solid garage door, similar to the second example we show here, but without any lights to it. So that, per our elevation, is what we intend to do. Roofing shingles will be architectural asphalt shingles. Our doors and windows will be either wood or aluminum clad with a putty profile. And on our grids, SDLs. And I believe that's all the finishes. We'll make sure our trim stands out proud of the siding materials, the minimum of a 1/4 inch. And I believe, one of the finishes that we had brought up is the wood decks on the front here, the wood front porches, and doing a tongue and groove wood to match the historical requirement. Or if it's something that you all would approve, we would love to do a composite for long-term maintenance. And I believe I have addressed all the items on the continuation letter. Please ask any questions. I would love to clarify anything that is needed.
Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you.
So we do not have any callers, so we can open it up for questions.
Hi, Ashley. Thank you for the revised presentation. I think that you addressed a lot of wonderful things. I had a couple of specific questions. On the site plan, there is actually a note that says wall towards the unit number 3.
Mm-hmm.
What is that referencing to?
Let's see.
We're gonna have a retaining wall?
There is an existing retaining wall there.
There's an
Yes.
Existing,
Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
And is that being maintained?
I am not 100% sure at this point.
Okay.
We could, it probably needs either some structural redoing or to be redone. I think that's going to come in when a contractor starts to evaluate cutting this down to the basement and what needs to happen there. It's likely it might need to be replaced. Obviously, if we don't have to replace it, we'd prefer not to.
So at this point, as we're reviewing it, we're under the assumption that it stays as it is.
Okay, that sounds good for me. Mhm.
Okay. And then the new brick wall that is at the patio in unit 3.
Mhm.
I like I think that that was successful in the way that you've addressed it from that elevation, but because the drop off is so large, how are you going to address the transition from the patio to that lower walkway to the front entry? There's no railing or anything drawn right now.
So that will be more than likely a retaining wall if we cannot grade it, and then there would be a railing as required by code.
Okay, so it's just not shown right now.
No,
would-
we do not have it shown.
Okay, okay. Retaining wall, patio, tongue and groove. And then, the windows in the kitchen on unit number 3, I felt like when we talked about it before, you were gonna address the proportions of those when you restudied, the window muttons and mullions, but
Mhm.
they seem to have stayed the same. So
They did. It feels so after studying it further, it felt still appropriate. You know, I'm considering it obviously from both the interior and exterior. I know you all are looking at it from exterior only. You can see that dotted line that's just below the mouse. That's our main level subfloor. So, you know, the windows to the right are much bigger than that. So these
Sure.
are smaller. You know, the other
Typically-
windows on this unit are bigger on this level.
Well, typically when the window gets smaller, the number of panes of glass gets reduced so that the glass size is more consistent throughout. So if you're looking at the window to the right of the kitchen, you know, those are very vertical, but just usually the proportion of the glass is what we're trying to keep
Okay.
consistent. The windows at the top are very square, kind of in that dormer. Those are very square.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
then you have the vertical, but then you have like these little baby pieces of glass. So I was just wondering, did you try a 4/1 in those windows
I
at
did
all?
not try a 4/1 there.
Okay.
But when I look, Jen, are you able to zoom in on those kitchen sink windows a little bit more? The triple in the middle of unit 3. So those windows do have a rectangle. I feel like if we change that to a 4/1, it would actually become become 4 squares.
Okay. Yeah, we
But I definitely see your point on the ones upstairs, and we can make those a 4/1.
Well, I'm not saying change them. I'm just saying that I was thinking that those proportions of glass were going to be reviewed. And though I do appreciate that it's consistent in the 6/6 now, I'm just wondering if we shouldn't explore to see if we could get the panes of glass more consistent in size. That's all.
Sure, sure.
Okay. The other question is on the back, where the dormer on unit number 3. I appreciate you breaking up that dormer. I do think that that was very successful. What I'm a little worried about is just the way that the roof works with the dormer. Did you study any other roof configurations with that now broken up shed?
So the shed roof, we do have it drawn slightly incorrectly here. On the right of that shed, it looks like it continues to hit that hipped roof. It will stop at the edge of the dormer on the right, and we'll have a 6-inch overhang on that, which will then repeat on the left side of that same dormer. That way we have a difference in those eave lines.
Okay. And is
Separating
there
them.
reason why you chose a hip versus a gable? I just didn't really see a hip as a dominant roof line.
One of the reasons is because the window isn't centered.
And the
You
gable
know,
would make that
I
stand
feel
out
like with
more.
the gable, it's automatically that. So I felt like a hip or another shed roof would be the better of the two options versus a gable.
I know that the dormer on the left is basically where the stairwell is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a way that you could potentially give a little bit more separation between those two and still make the rise of the
I
stairs
can
work?
look. It's basically a question of headroom on that
Sure.
stair.
Yeah.
But I can certainly look at that.
I have a feeling that we might be asking for a review, but we'll see what the commission says. But that would be one thing that I think would be extremely helpful. And I also think just showing that roof line the way that you're really proposing it would be extremely helpful, because right now, the step that you have taken to separate those two dormers does not really present itself in its full benefit with the way that the roof's drawn.
I hear you.
Okay. And then I think that's all my questions. I do, Commissioner Allred had, points about the stylization, and I'm not sure that you changed much. I do appreciate the overhang over the back doors. I feel like breaking up that horizontal line, is actually successful in that. And I do feel like the brick material, in that middle unit does also help make that structure feel like it's not such a long, kind of continuous line. I know that you've offset it, but the material change, I think is also most beneficial in kind of creating a variation and a break in material. So
Now, thank you, would you all prefer to see that also on this right elevation with the brick on the main level there?
I mean, I think so, if you're gonna do it on the front. I mean, I know that there's an expense associated with it, but honestly, the back is the side that looks never ending. So yeah, I think that that would be most beneficial.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, Commissioner Holtz here. I echo all of my fellow commissioners' praise for the restudy on the windows especially. I had a couple of comments. One was on the Unit 3 front porch. It seems like there's a gap between the roof and the porch. I can't understand why there's.
I think that's, is that to the left of the gable?
What I'm looking at is where the gable meets the porch. It just seems like it would, usually we see it sitting a little bit lower, closer to the roof line. But I don't know whether that's something that's just an artifact of the plans or whether that's the way it should be.
No, that can drop. We do have room to drop that if that's the preference. So one of the reasons it's lifted up is we have a deeper overhang. So that eave line to the right of that, where the triple kitchen sink window is, that has a deeper overhang. You can see the eave line continues, but those walls are on two different planes. So we have our typical overhang over the double window on the right, and then we have a deeper overhang over the triple window. And so with that deeper overhang, we've created a simple corbel element that sticks out to visually support that deeper overhang. And it felt odd for that eave line to then intersect into that detail. So that is the reason there. One thing that we could do without changing the height would be to heighten the trim at the beam. We certainly have the room to do that. Instead of having those corner boards up above the beam, we could do a larger piece of trim or even two pieces of trim there to accommodate for kind of fixing that look.
Sure. I'll defer to my fellow commissioners who are architects to opine on those details. It just, the way it stands now looks a little awkward to me. The only other thing I noticed was the window in Unit 1 on this left elevation. That first window looks awfully close to the siding. Can you tell me about that? Is it programmatic? It just looks, again, awkward.
No, that is something we talked about last time. It can certainly be pushed over. I think we just need a little more siding there, so we can certainly scoot that in. Do you all have kind of a minimal amount of siding that you like there?
I just like it to look like they are really separate elements. I like balance, but that gets into design stuff. That's your remit.
Very good.
Hi, this is Commissioner Sullivan. Kind of echoing Commissioner Holtz's comment on Unit 3 and the front porch. That porch, just in terms of the scale for that, that looks like it's one of the larger units, at least on this elevation that we're looking at. And that porch is roughly a third, of that unit's frontage, it looks like. And then the middle unit, that porch is full, 50% of the front. And then on the corner, I think it's unit 1, that porch is a little bit more kind of bungalow in style to my eye. And it seems proportional to that elevation. But going back to unit 2, that portico over that front door, to me, doesn't flow as well as the other porches that you've designed. And in your neighborhood, where American small house is kind of the, prevalent style, and then there's some bungalow as well, I might recommend looking at this portico and considering making it smaller so that the proportion fits a little bit better with unit 2's proportions. And I think that also just may help you with some rhythm going across this entire elevation, and help to delineate each unit from the other, kind of like you described with adding some brick, possibly to this. I don't have an opinion one way or the other about the brick, but this porch/portico is standing out to me as a little awkward.
Because it takes up about half of the elevation.
Exactly. And I understand you've got a garage, underneath there, and you're kind of working with putting, it looks like a roof over that to support this porch. I don't think you necessarily need to revise that element on the ground floor where the garage is. It's just what's sitting above it currently. And you may see that it may be that the relationship between that garage opening, the porch, and then the dormer above it, could potentially be more pleasing, and a little bit more in keeping with an American small house that you've got in your neighborhood.
So I hear you on this. So our minimum front porch depth is 8 feet, I believe. That's the for the standards. So that's what I have front to back. So I don't believe I can minimize it in that regard, but so it would need to be from left to right from the view we're looking at here.
Yeah, talking about the width, not the depth.
In your mind, can you see a shed roof there? Does it become, the size of it, it almost, because of what's below that and the function of getting into the garage.
Well,
and the deck,
I know you've heard this before, but we can't design it, but I would just say, play with some options, and perhaps, if that's something, if it's a shed, if it's a gable, if it's something else, but it's just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Jen, can you go to slide 11? So on the setbacks, it looks like the setback from the house or from your proposal is to the street curb, and then the one next to you is from the property line. Do you have anything that's, can you make one of them, or can you make them from the same place?
Yes, I can do that. And I could get you that dimension today, but I think we're probably having a follow-up. So I'll make that as an idea.
All right. Oh,
Ask one more. Can I ask this, Commissioner Wojcik, can I ask one more question about the left elevation? I feel like I'm obsessed with Unit 3 here, and I apologize. I just, so we were, in the last review, Commissioner Taylor brought up the transition from the big brick columns to the small wood column, and that we kind of had that transition from where the stairs were coming up onto the actual porch. And though I do feel like, I think the modified some of that board, the board combination, but I'm still having a hard time. I'm still having a hard time with that railing being kind of at the stair landing and being engaged on the same plane as the front of the porch itself. I feel like in the combination of the columns being on the same plane, it's like if it was offset, they wouldn't be competing with each other. But right now, because they're all on the same plane, it's just like too much is going on the dominant plane.
I hear you there. I'll see if I can, I'll play with I'll see if I can figure that out with the topography and how many risers we need and all of that to get up there. You know, we've got a significant amount of rise there, but
yeah, I think just having an offset would allow the porch in itself
Well,
to be, you know, the part. And I get there's structure underneath and you've got walkways and all kinds of things, but that's just what my eye is seeing.
I think that's very feasible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we close for deliberation?
Any and all, please. I would love this to be next time to be my last one.
Okay, we will go ahead and close. So there was 6 items that we continued for. So we just step through, see if we're okay, or see, it sounds like this potentially is a continuance, to try to see how we're feeling. So the setbacks we talked about, I think the apples to apples comparison of what is coming from necessary.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we need that documented.
Yeah.
Correct. Jen and Christy, I mean, even if we approve it based on what it looks like, we still need the real numbers. So that would still be something that we would continue for.
Yes,
Okay.
and taken from the same point, I think was one of the comments
Okay.
from either the curb or the property line or both.
Yeah, so in the staff comments, yeah, taken from the same point. And then the proportions and sizes of the windows, I mean, they revised the windows in the places that we asked for. The muttons, again, I still thought that maybe the proportions of the smaller windows in the kitchen would change. Again, I don't know if that's a big, yes, sir?
Can we have a little discussion about that?
Yeah, yeah.
So we've long talked about consistency of window sizes and that, and larger on the lower floors, shorter on the top ones. There are 2 things to that. One, I'm a big believer that not every window needs to be matchy, that having a windows that, not all of them, but some, there can be some variety in windows. I think it adds interest and character and whatnot to a house and doesn't make it look like a production home or something. On the window panes, I feel like we discussed more about it being square or horizontal or vertical, not so much about the size of the window or whatever it is. In this particular plan, it's not the window sizes that catches my eye. It's the 3rd floor square versus the 2nd floor vertical, and then the 1st floor more horizontal. So it's not the proportion of the glass, it's the proportion of the mullions and what shape that they are creating.
Because they're all 6/1 and the window
Right.
sizes are different. It all
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can
Makes
make it wider, less wide or more wide to get that same vertical or horizontal, in this case, vertical look. That's more consistent. The window can be like the window B, that triple looks completely different, but looks proportional with the vertical panes, even though it's that much smaller. That's my only comment on that is that, and well, I'll say one more thing. The unit 2, the door, front door does not, it seems the odd man out in this elevation, that style of door with the side lights.
Well, when I look at it, I kind of I feel like we've got kind of a traditional bungalow on the right, and then we're trying to do something more traditional, or just a little bit more traditional, classic traditional, and then the one on the end is just so I mean, I feel like,
Yeah, there's obvious
there's
difference.
differences, but yeah,
It's
the
still
side
that
light,
that two side lights just
It's-
does not, it just seems different.
it's not what they would normally do in that
Yeah,
neighborhood.
it seems
so.
different on that particular elevation with that window configuration of 3/1. I just think that's a different combination of that door style with a 3/1 window.
That's fair. And she did go in and change the styles so that they were consistent with each unit, which was what actually B was, for the request. And yeah, it did. No, it did. So then base in, top trim for the columns. She addressed the proportions of those in that design. And the column detail. Just 24, Jen. Yep, that one. Yeah, so she addressed the column details. That's the bungalow on the right. And that looks consistent with our standards. And then double hung, solid wall. So she added a single double hung on the right-hand side. Sorry, on the, yes, right-hand side, rear unit number 2. But she explained that two double hungs couldn't fit there because of the programming on the interior. I think the one is successful in breaking up the elevation. And then number 3, unit number 3, number 5, unit number 3, the dormer elevation. She made a comment that she didn't think breaking that up was as successful, but I think it was extremely successful. I think just the way that the roof line is being presented makes it not as successful as it could be. Did everybody understand what she was saying about the dormer, the shed be actually stopping and not engaging with the new hip?
I think the shed's a big dormer, but I think it's a more simple roof design. And we often talk about making roofs less complex.
Yeah, I mean, just the 2 shed dormers next to each other being broken up would be substantially better than the original long shed.
Is there the elevation from last presentation? I was not here. I was going to ask to see that.
Yeah, it's on the bottom there.
I agree. The 2 sheds would be
just fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That window's not going to be centered.
I mean, that's even better with the shed because the hip actually just because it goes to a ridge point makes it stand out more.
Either, I think just drawing the roof as she explained it with the, I think 6-inch overhang on the,
between
on the sides and matching the larger shed. The 2 sides of it.
Commissioner Allred, are we getting more into your dormer definition?
Don't start.
Designing, so.
Yeah, no, I know. So then we have the rear deck That was, item that seemed to have was creating a competition between the patio and the entry coming up to the front door on unit number 3. They changed the material, so it's no longer a deck. It's a brick retaining wall, and then there's a patio behind it. What's not being documented is the safety railing that would separate that upper patio from the lower space, which Ashley did say that she would document. And then, material wise, the introduction of that brick. Does anybody have any thoughts on?
On unit 3?
Yeah, or
two.
unit 2, the middle, yeah.
I see. I like that, but not for this neighborhood.
Mhm.
I mean, the houses on both directions are so simple. And this just feels too busy. Like, it just doesn't seem like it fits. To me,
With the brick or what?
with the brick, yeah. I would prefer it to just be more simple.
Siding.
Yeah.
What was how was it shades up in the first?
It was a siding,
It was just to match
the
what's on our.
combination, yeah.
The combo.
3D renderings say that.
Yeah, I sadly disagree. I see your point about the neighborhood, but I think it really helps to make them feel separate units instead of one big monolith.
Think to, show it right on the opposite elevation of your right elevation, having that separation would be helpful, because that's still really long elevation where it's all siding.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Ashley was proposing to also add brick at the bottom level.
Yeah. Commissioner Sowash, I understand that it makes more sense, but when we ask them to use that stylization to kind of break up the scale, it does help.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
I just feel like it doesn't match anything else in the neighborhood.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's a scaling.
Well, scale.
Yeah.
But I think that's
Um,
on,
Sorry.
that's a comment, and I think that's on the applicant too.
To come back with it to us. And then the garage doors, she had the, proposed garage door style. I believe it was 2 with lights and then 1 without. And I just asked, I mean, I think we just asked for a restudy of the proportions of the lights and the horizontal. Just because they're horizontal instead of vertical or whatever. What else are we missing? Those were the things that we asked for. There was a few things in the staff comments. We've talked about the dormers. The windows. We added the front door to unit number 2. Commissioner Sullivan was asking about the proportions of the width of the front porch on number 2. I asked about the definition of porch and landing on unit 3. Anybody have anything else we needed for the motion?
Staff comment, to be revised with the placement in relation to the corner boards and knee walls.
yes.
We've talked about that a
Yeah,
little bit,
yeah.
right?
Yes. Okay, well, let's see, materials. So, on materials number 5, she explained the freeze fascia, rake boards, corner boards. They would be wood. The materials for all the railings are gonna be wood or aluminum. So do we need to have that documented of where the wood or the aluminum is gonna be on the drawing?
Yeah, I think the conversation last time was some were aluminum, some were wood, and I think moving forward, all to be all consistent was what was said last time, and either, just have that documented.
Does anybody have a thought on wood versus aluminum railings? I feel like we said wood was more appropriate for the architecture.
Yeah, and I think that's what's shown in the details page as well, so that's what we're showing here. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't get into.
But yes, it's noted as a wood railing on the details page, but it seems like some of the elevations noted aluminum, so I think it's just unclear.
Need to make sure it's
Yeah.
confirmed.
We allow both, right?
We do.
Yeah.
Consistent.
What's that?
In this name, yes.
We do. I think it's up to the commission to make a decision on wood or aluminum. And I think either way, just being consistent was the direction from last meeting.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go through this, and if you guys want to help me or give me any friendly amendments, I will be happy. Okay, so, sorry, give me 1 second. All right, so, based on the setback standard 6.5, we need the documentation to be from, oh, sorry, that'd be helpful, wouldn't it? Would like to continue this application with the following 3 studies. For setback standard 6.5, on the site plan, please provide the dimensions from the same point, whether or not it's the street and or the property line, but it needs to be from the same place. On windows, standard 6.15, 6.16, is not so much we're not so concerned as much as the number of pieces of glass as we are in the proportions of the glass themselves. And then if you could also address the window placement in relationship to the corner boards. I do think that the knee walls were, I do think that that part was addressed. But if it wasn't, address it from the knee walls as well. For doors, if you could please review the style of the door on unit number 2, as it seems less consistent with the style of the architecture and neighborhood. And doors is 6.15. In centered pair. I'm not gonna make a comment about unit number 2 on the back because I feel like just adding that one window was appropriate. On unit number 3, the restudied the size and proportions of the dormers on the right elevation, which is considered the rear of the unit number 3, and simplify those roof lines, give us as much separation between the dormers as possible. And then are we still restudying the size and proportion of the dormer windows on the right elevation? Nobody mentioned that this time. I thought that it looked better with the proportion of the dormer being broken up. It's the smaller. I think.
No problem.
Okay, all right, so we're not gonna address that. All right, what else? I just would like, unit number 3, the front porch and entry stairs, to be reevaluated. And the garage doors, reference the mutton sizing to be appropriate with each unit. And then in materials, we would like the exploration of using the brick material or other, to break up the scaling of the mass of the structure to present itself as more delineated. Um. Wood plant, all shakes ready to be wood. And then just make sure that the notes on the plan say that all the siding is gonna be wood and individually applied. We know that, and she said it, but just have it documented. And then the Wilmore Drive wood columns should be approximate, given its proximity to the street. Front porch facing Wilmore Drive should have wood columns given its proximity to the street.
I think there was a reference to a composite material for
Ah,
those columns.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, we would prefer wood. And then the freeze fascia, rakes, corner board brackets, corbels should be wood, consistent with past commission approvals. All notes to plans, all items listed above will be wood. And then for the wood, for the railings, please specify the aluminum or the wood material for consistency. For notes E, I, or what, I don't know what it is, 2 and 3, 1, 2, and 3. I thought she had the railing material specified when she did the railing information on the sections, I thought, with the.
Yeah, I think it's just they're different on the elevations and the details page, so.
Oh, okay, so please have the elevations reflect what's presented on the details sheet. And you can still work with staff on the windows and doors and the brick and mortar. Good.
I propose a friendly amendment to ask the applicant to potentially restudy the front porch on unit 2 for, oh, you did? Okay. Rescinded.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Wojcik. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Okay, we will vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank
Can
you.
we do one more application and then take a break? Okay. Thanks. It's still Jen. You go ahead. Oh, yeah, yes, okay.
Keith, are you with us?
I am.
Have you been
Can you hear
sworn
me?
in yet?
I
Yep, we can hear you.
was on the original swearing.
We'll need you to swear in for today's meeting.
You talking about today or last?
You said he did last time.
Yeah, today.
Today? You said today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When you guys started.
I thought you were saying last time.
No, you're good.
All right, Keith, we can go ahead and get started. So this was on our June or last month's agenda for demolition of the structure at 401 Rensselaer Avenue. The applicant did provide some additional information that we had requested last month, and that is detailed here in the staff report. And then we have the new information, new photographs and revised elevations with additional dimensions and details. And then we also received some additional photos of details like columns, railings, openings, things like that. So Keith, do you have anything to add? You're breaking up.
On it, of course. I don't think. Can you hear?
Yep, we can hear you. All right. Think we're good.
Thanks. Right. Any questions?
Hi, this is Commissioner Holtz. I don't see a property survey or the Zoutwell that we requested.
Oh, that was in our first submittal, Commissioner Holt. I think that is survey was submitted the first time, and then the Zoutwell.
Surveys on slide 44 and then that was on.
Sorry, I was just looking at the new submissions. Thank you.
Any other questions before we close? Okay, we'll close. Do we feel like this is complete application for demo? I hear some yeses.
We don't hear any no's.
If I don't hear any no's, right? Does anybody have a motion?
If I can find the motion sheet.
We don't have it. Huh? Commissioner,
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. Sorry. I
you gonna say what?
don't
what?
see a motion in it. Is it the worksheet?
It's in your folder.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hate that we're losing the building. But I do appreciate the work that you've done to document the condition and give us the details and the information for the record. So I move that we determine this application is complete with all the required documentation as provided by the applicant. I do also move that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the Dilworth Historic District. Do we need to do these as separate motions? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
So sorry. So let's go back. First one is that I move that we determine the application is complete and that the required documentation has been submitted.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll vote on the first one.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Already, yes.
Bell, yes, motion, it's a complete application, passes 10-0.
Okay, the next motion I want to offer is that we determine the building has special local significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because it is listed as a contributing property in the National Register of Historic Places.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Sullivan, any discussion? Okay, take a vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Already, yes.
Bell, yes, motion passes 10-0.
Okay, I move that we approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Do we have the detailed drawings already? Okay, so those have already been submitted. But the 365-day stay must pass before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
Is there a second? Second, Commissioner Wojcik, any discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Already, yes.
Bell, yes, motion passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's all.
All right, I think we're taking a
10-minute
10-minute break.
Flew back at 11. I get back at 2.
Is everyone ready? Okay, welcome back. We have a slight change in schedule for today. This is Christy Harpst with the Historic District Commission. Due to some extenuating circumstances, we need to move case number 14 and hear that next, and then we will resume with the regular order of our agenda. So case 14 is 730 East Park Avenue. And the applicants are with us. And just give me 1 second to pull everything up. I believe we'll have to do some swearing in for members of the public that wish to join. Let's see here. All right. Oh, you can stop right here. You can stop right here.
You want the badge over here?
Okay. Perfect. That's great. Okay. And I believe maybe, is Linda joining us too online? No, okay. All right. Well, Chair Bell, if you would swear in anybody new that's joined us. If you're new to the room and you haven't been sworn in yet, please raise your right hand and be sworn in at this time.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, yes,
Oh, yeah,
yes.
that's right.
Everybody, yes? Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, this next application is for demolition at 732 East Park Avenue. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, which is shown on slide 3 at the top there. The house is located across the street from Latta Park, and the applicant has provided drawings, photos of the outside, photos of the interior, and some additional photos of the outside. We also have measured drawings on slide 14 and 15. The floor plan is on slide 16. Roof plans, slide 17. And it is the streetscape elevation, the Zotwell elevation is on slide 18. There is a letter from the architect, ALB Design, and Angie is with us in the room. And there is also an engineer's report on slides 20 and 21. We also have, give me 1 second, I believe there are district. Somehow the agenda supplement got closed. Let me pull that up because there are some supplement items. And supplement items start on the agenda supplement slide 33. There's some information about the height that was requested as part of the staff comments. With that, Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and Mr. Gray as well.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208.
David M. Gray, 732 East Park Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Angie, what else? Is there anything else you'd like to add? Demolitions are pretty straightforward. But feel free to share anything else.
No, honestly, really just talk about the condition of the house.
Okay.
And you already know the history of the house. It's the Hamby House. Dr. Gray's owned the house since 1985. circumstances in the house have been unfortunate, and the house has fallen in much disrepair. And any remediation would have to come down to the foundation because of its condition. It is, as I said in my letter, it is termite ridden. There's foundation damage, there's structural damage, water infiltration, there's mold, there's rot, roof caved in. The house has had multiple violations covered in tarps. The neighbors were gracious enough to let me in their backyard so I can see what they see, which is in the photos. And it's labeled as neighboring photos. You know, we did explore options for repair. It is beyond repair. The floor on the right-hand side, while it looks absolutely stunning from the street, is not, it's not there to be repaired. And so we are, yes, we're asking for the demolition. We know that you're going to vote, it is a contributing structure. The application, I would assume, is complete, but what we're asking for today is to remove the 365-day stay because of its current conditions. And with that is my presentation to you to consider the application as its worst case to remove the 365-day stay.
Okay,
And
so that's, the commission has not done that before.
I understand.
What the commission has done is waived the 90-day waiting period to present new construction plans. And then if they choose to go that route, they have the ability to then approve demolition once the new construction would be approved.
Okay, then that's what I'm asking for.
Okay.
Yeah, so if that is removal of the 90-day wait period so that we can expedite demolition.
And new construction.
Construction documents, because if we did have to wait the 12 months, permit-ready plans, it would just consume us more time.
Okay.
So that is what we're asking for, what Christy just said. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wait,
Okay, and do we have anyone online? Linda does not want to speak? Okay, okay. If you would, yes. If you would, Mary, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and then you may make any comments about the project.
Mary Gray. I'm a relative of the owner. My address right now is homeless. I've been staying in hotels mostly while looking for an appropriate apartment since I became disabled. I cannot live in a regular apartment. It's been quite difficult. Now, am I ready to speak now? Okay. Yes, Percy. I think that the house has many wonderful qualities that are typical of that period. For example, what we call, or what I refer to as a step-down room, or some people, the way their houses are designed, that you go in and you step up to the dining room or the whatever, which became quite popular, I think, back in the 30s and 40s. It has other features that are very distinctive and typical of the period. I think it's a lovely home, the way it's situated up on the hill, the spacious front yard gives a feeling of rest and privacy and just kind of grace, I guess. And I think it's worth seeking other opinions to restore it. In other words, that's right. I think it's too nice of a house to been there so long, contributes right to the neighborhood, that it should seek at least one or two more opinions about the possibilities and the costs and where to get the costs. The money to do the restoration. Yes, sometimes you have to go down to the bottom and fix it. There was a repairman that said that to get rid of the mold, you had to cut out a lot of the support beam. Well, that was a big mistake to cut out part of the support beam. The floor fell in. But at any rate, I I think it's worth getting another opinion, and I'd like the court to give maybe a continuance for time to get more information. And if the information that is gotten goes along with the first engineer, then you can be notified and the continuance discontinued or dropped. And or maybe you could do a shorter period than 365 days. Maybe you could make it a 90-day, what is the terminology, the 36?
Stay.
That stay, right. A stay of execution, all right. In order to get another opinion. I do believe it is worth seeking the possibility of restoration.
Anybody else who wishes to speak about this project? Okay. Okay, so just a little explainer for the public. The commission, due to state law, the commission cannot prevent demolition. We can only delay it for 1 year. And the point of delaying it for 1 year is to find alternatives to demolition, to work with staff or find alternate opinions or maybe a different buyer, or work with some of our nonprofit partners to find, different alternatives to demolition, and that's what the stay is for. So, now the commission will go through their demolition sheet and also ask any questions of the applicant.
Okay, well, I had a question for you, for staff. So the 90-day,
the 90-day waiting period.
Waiting period, yes.
We have the commission typically has a 90-day waiting period, and that waiting period is also to encourage applicants to find alternatives to demolition. However, in circumstances where it's found that the building is in, a state of disrepair, the commission has waived that previously. Good example, if I recall correctly, is when the Dilworth Animal Hospital on East Boulevard burned. You still had to put the stay on it, but you waived the 90-day waiting period for new construction so that they could come back and present new construction plans immediately.
So theoretically, we could waive that and they could come back next month.
Yes.
And present new construction
Yes.
plans. Got
Mhm.
you.
That's the purview of the commission.
Okay.
Yes.
We give them a chance to respond.
I'm sorry, what?
I still get demo for you.
Correct. Yeah.
Just speed up getting.
Yeah.
I thought you said
They
once
can-
they had approved plans, they
can-
could demo it.
You can make that determination as well. That
So-
if you're waiving the 90-day wait period, you can also say, once they have approved plans, they can demo. It's up to you. You have options, basically.
Could we say the 90-day wait plan still holds, but once we approve construction drawings, then the period's over?
Sure.
I would suggest that we don't make that determination at this point, that we leave it to later. And if we do decide to waive, that's something that we decide at a later date. I would also say that while I understand the applicant's desire to move forward with this, you've owned the house for 40 years. And to me, this is something that possibly could have been avoided by action earlier. So I am not inclined to move quickly at this point.
Attorney paid.
I was just going to indicate, I think we should give the applicant an opportunity to respond to what the witness
Sure.
testified to.
Applicant, would you like the opportunity to respond to any of the witness statements?
Well, just to say that, spent tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars over the years for repairs and things, but the house was having major problems when I moved into it in 1985. And despite many times at many thousands of dollars to try to get the house waterproofed. There was so much water pressure under there, no company could do it. And so water would come streaming out like a Sharpie into the middle of the room. That's how much pressure there was. And so the house is collapsing. It was having problems. I had to replace all the electrical system and all the pipes and all that stuff back in the 80s. And then I had to do it again, because water was coming through the circuit breaker box. But the house is collapsing now. It's not like this all slowly happened because of neglect over 40 years. It has just it's reached a structural point of rot and all that stuff to where the house is collapsing and the foundation is collapsing and the floor has collapsed. And, that's a cumulative effect of not being able to stop the elements.
And if I may just add to this, so this is not a situation where they're selling the lot and it's going to somebody else. Dr. Gray wants to rebuild a house here, being that it is a virtual tear down, because if you have to go all the way down to foundation, there's no walls left. There's termites, it's through the floors, the walls are rotted, the floors caved in, being a virtual tear down, and that is a term that we've used in the past. There's nothing left except for a foundation. So with that, we want to, because right now the floor system sits on the ground, in the backyard. It is underneath the earth. There's a huge tree in the back left corner. So there's a lot of circumstances. So by the virtual tear down, it is a rebuild. We will honor the house that's there and complement details, windows, patterns. There's going to be a certain package that we're going to present, and we do want to present that package to this commission, preferably sooner than the 90 days. We know that the longer we wait, the worse the house will get. It has had a blue tarp on it for many, 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 many months. The neighbors complained. They had to restructure the roof. It's temporarily held together. The floor is unsafe. You can't walk into the house. You can fall through the floor. So that's why we're coming to you to ask for, I was asking for the removal of the 365, but if you can do the removal of the 90-day, we can submit plans sooner. As you know, there's no guarantee we'll get it on the first pass. We hope we do, but it is coming down on the agenda for you guys as well. So that's what we're asking for at this time.
There's pictures, but I don't see any of the studs or the basement, the crawl space. There's no pictures of actual of your joist. Sorry, I don't know why I couldn't remember.
So I can't get into the crawl space because it's only like 12 inches off the floor, but we do have basement photos, if I may go to photos.
Yeah,
Okay.
but in those basements, they don't.
So
It hides the view of the actual.
if I may, not the entire house is a basement.
Yeah.
So it's a portion of the basement. And as you come down the steps I'm sorry, that's the attic. Where am I at?
Your bottom left. That's the basement.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
here.
bottom.
So the entire floor system has collapsed in the basement. I couldn't even get down the steps all the way because it's just the whole floor system has collapsed. Also, this photo right here in the middle of slide 8 is the approach to the basement. This is the basement wall right here. That's the basement wall that goes into the crawl space. The upper photo on slide 8 is the termite ridden, all the damage in the floor system. The kitchen floor is collapsed. There's also the room in the front right of the house. Slide number 7. This entire floor has fallen in. The whole floor is gone.
Down here, Angie?
Yes, ma'am, right here. So there's a step here. This was the dining room. This was the study. The whole floor is gone. It's just the whole house is collapsing from the inside. Now, I will address this. Miss Mary has not been in the house in this condition. So we do know that there had been access to it, but that's at a different level.
So everybody knows she is.
Okay.
Also too, do you want to?
Okay, I thought I'd mention, she has never lived in that house, had any legal connection whatsoever, any ownership, doesn't stand to inherit it. You know, she's never lived in Dilworth. She has no connection to the neighborhood or that house, other than her illness. So I hope you don't put any weight on what she had to say.
Okay. Any other?
I do. Forget what they're called, but it's Charlotte neighborhood housing violations. Are there any open violations on this?
He said he signed off on everything we did.
Right, so there's no open violations because the house was previously tarped, the back roof had caved in, and it has been repaired temporarily, shored up. As you can see, there's photos of the back porch that show just temporary studs holding up the roof. But yes, there were numerous violations. But it's been signed off on.
Yeah, the city signed off on everything we did.
Yes. So the tarp is gone. Yes. It's a unique situation.
When was the last time that the property was occupied?
It's been occupied off and on since this time, but I was forced to move out in the summer 2022 because this individual was continuously attempting to would break in, destroying property. And had to get distance, but I actually would go several months without any sleep because around the clock, the stalking would go on. And she is obsessed with that house, as she is obsessed with me. And anything she's obsessed with, she thinks she should own.
Okay.
I forgot the question.
So 4 years, 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years since I lived there around the clock. I have stayed there on multiple occasions since then. And have been there whenever repairs and cleanup were being done. But the house needs to be more secure before I can actually stay there again. And the house is not safe right now as it is.
All right, if there's nothing else, we will close for deliberation. I think as Christy said, we can't stop anybody from demo. We can put the stay. And I think Commissioner Holtz had some comments around.
Hold on one second. Is there someone?
Oh, sorry.
Wants to see?
Danielle had her hand up, taking it down.
Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, do I need to?
Give us 1 second.
Okay.
Let's see.
We'll open back.
Yeah, open back up.
She's moved over.
Hi Danielle, we're talking about 732 East Park Avenue. Is there something you wanted to share about this project? Okay. All right,
Okay.
you can reclose.
We will reclose. No, I was just saying that you had mentioned about, or I guess the conversation is around the 90 days conversation. So I don't know if anybody has any opinions before we go through the worksheet for demo.
I'd like to hear more from everybody else.
I mean, I guess my thing is that the only, the animal hospital was because of a burn?
There was a fire.
Yeah.
And like the rear right side of the building was.
No,
gone.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm saying, was there anything, that feels like a act of, like, I don't know if a fire's act of, but whatever, like something
Right,
like that,
it
that
was-
is a, yes, like something that happened out of, yes.
Right, correct.
Is there another incidents where the commission has?
So I believe there was one on Southwood Avenue that ALB Architecture also did, that they had incredible water and flooding issues in their basement, and that they just sump pumps, nothing they would do could get this water, and it just deteriorated the foundation. And so you did waive the 90 days in that one. That was old standards. That was like 10 years ago. But that's the only other one I can remember on a historic house. You've waived it a lot when it's, a 1980s house or, something not historic. It's
Okay.
rare, but it does happen.
Okay. Any other thoughts on?
The only thing that I was gonna point out is, the engineer's letter at the very end of the application says, due to the lack of maintenance and years of decay. So that kind of differentiates it from an act of God or something beyond anybody's control.
You do have the applicant's testimony too.
Yes.
To consider as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, termite damage is something that can be controlled. It's not like they just go in there and you can't do anything about them. So yes, there's water issues that are hard to deal with, but I mean, it says in the report that a lot of the damage was from termites.
With that being aside, with the fact that we can't stop the demolition, period, do we not also have a responsibility to the neighborhood of removal of a dilapidated structure from the historic neighborhood? And if we had the ability to potentially shorten the time period that the structure remains in the historic neighborhood, do we not need to take that into consideration? Not just the house. I hate losing the house, but the house is unsavable. With removal of as much would have to be done, the entire structure would have to be brought to current standards, which I assume would be the foundations underneath the house would need to be replaced in full.
Yes.
Based off of the age of the foundations. So it is an absolute rebuild of to repair the structure. The fact that we are unable to keep it from being demolished in whole, and the fact that it has to be completely rebuilt ground up. Do we not have to take into consideration the neighborhood aspect, the historic neighborhood and the historic houses, owners that have a relationship more intimate than we have, being neighbors across the street, drive by it?
I guess I would wonder why that's different from any other, we've seen other houses that are significantly in disrepair that we haven't taken into consideration.
I would also suggest that if the neighbors had that concern, then we would welcome hearing from them. But because we are not hearing from them, I don't think we can take that into our deliberation. May I also suggest that this, I'd like to know from staff, their thoughts on the repairability of the conditions that we're seeing?
I mean, look, like you can fix anything, right? It just depends on the level. I think what we're looking at here is kind of similar to how we look at windows, like how much constitutes rebuilding versus how much is a repair. And I don't disagree that maybe additional information is probably needed to evaluate the full extent of that. And if we had that information, that may sway the commission for like an immediate demo. I would say the happy medium is probably put the full stay on it, but waive the 90 days.
Can I read something real quick?
Sure.
In the engineer report, it says, based on the amount of work required, consideration be given to the cost of demolition and reconstruction versus rehabilitation. So, I mean, we do have an expert that is.
Yeah, we don't consider cost though, so I think that's the
Oh, so
probably
he's
the
basing it
yeah.
on cost.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's got to be a percentage of
Sure.
relationship to that.
And so if you are going, yeah,
Nobody's gonna rebuild this thing.
no.
No contractor's gonna say, I'll rebuild that
I
thing.
guess I don't, so I'm confused about the conversation we're having because we just okayed a demo right before break.
Right.
So it doesn't feel like we are saying that we're not gonna demo. It feels like it's the stay.
Demo.
So I guess the conversation is around the state. So is there to the point of, I, as one commissioner, haven't heard significant evidence to convince me to say, yes, I'll waive the stay. I mean, I haven't.
Wait, not wait,
Or waive
waive the
the
90-day
The
waiting.
90-day, yes,
Okay.
waiting period. So, so it just feels like as we go through the sheet, it feels like it would get through this and then there would be another motion to say, you're gonna waive the 90 days.
Could
Oh,
I,
yeah, right. No, it's not the 365, it's the name.
Yeah, but motion 3 is the one where. it's
Oh,
the
got you.
365.
could I make a suggestion?
So it's, yeah.
I don't think we even have an application on file for new construction. So maybe an appropriate question to the applicant would be to open it up and ask them, have they submitted an application? Do they have plans ready? Because this might be a moot point if our next application deadline is August 2nd, which then would be the September meeting. So that's already 2 months. Like the 90-day waiting period might be moot because they might not have the application and the plans ready. So you could, instead of, you could open it up and ask them.
We'll open it. Do you have an application?
So we were waiting for today's meeting to submit a new application. So we know the applications are due the first Wednesday of every month. So we wanted to hear what was going to happen here, but the intent is to go ahead and submit before the first Wednesday of August so that we could, within probably a 60-day period, have plans ready for the next meeting, for September or October meeting.
So if it's September, October already, that's already 90 days.
So you don't have plans drawn up yet?
Not today.
There you go.
So you're with better. Point to do.
At least 3 different
Okay.
neighbors.
So my point was we'll close again, is we can go through and then the vote is.
Normally.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, anyone want to go through making the motion?
Yep.
No, we're still close. We're about to make a motion.
Okay. I make a motion to determine that this application is complete with all the required documentation. But I'll have to do.
Yep.
Okay,
Second.
motion made by Commissioner Sowash, seconded by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes, motion passes 10-0.
Okay, I'd like to make another motion. And I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because it is listed as a contributing property in the National Register of Historic Places.
Second,
And, yeah.
Oh, do I have to? Oh, yes.
And because it was built in 1940,
because
it's
the
over 50
property-
years old.
Was built in 1940. And the architectural style is colonial revival.
Is there a second?
second,
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? We'll take a vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, no.
Bell, yes, motion passes 9-1.
Okay. So should I make a motion just for the 365 Wait,
Just make it as written.
okay.
Mhm.
And we don't have to like,
Mm-mm.
okay. All right, I move to approve this project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. And we have measured drawings.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Soash, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wojcik.
Team.
Is there any discussion?
Sorry.
Okay, we'll take a vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Soash, yes.
All red, no.
Bell, yes. Motion passes 9-1.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. We are going to continue with our new cases with number 6, which is 1559 Merriman Avenue. Believe Angie, you're up. Candace, it started working.
Okay, our next application is 1559 Merriman Avenue. This application is for the new construction of a one-story single-family home. The applicant has provided current conditions on slide 8. It is a vacant lot. Slide 10 shows a site plan. 11 and 12 are elevation drawings. We have a zot wall on slide 13. There's also an accessory structure, 1 story, proposed on slide 14 on the elevation drawings. We have a roof plan on slide 16, and in the supplement, the applicant has provided additional drawings and comments for replies to staff comments. On slide 9 of the supplement is a section drawing of the front porch and a section drawing of the house, as well as a site plan with setback information. Angie, if you let me know what slide you'd like to start on the of the presentation, and state your name and address, both of you, for the court reporter.
Okay. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1.
Ami Shah. My address is 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208.
And remember to speak loudly and into the mic. Thank you.
I just want to say one thing first. I have a lot of applications today, and I wanted to present my entire staff with me here. They are all with me, and to know that I don't do this alone. I have 8 cases today, but Ami, Pratibha, and Arti are with me today. So I just want to welcome them. They've never been to your meetings before. Okay, so 1959 Merriman Avenue is an adjacent lot to the corner of 1953. It is currently one property. It's been subdivided into 2 lots. As you go down further in the application, you'll see the corner lot is a demolition application. But we are proposing a single-family home that is an infill lot. We are looking to keep historic bungalow style architecture for the street. The street itself is angular. And if you go to the site plan, the supplement plan, I want to start there, if you may, Candace. So slide 11, you can actually see the corner lot was 1563, and that house is actually going to be demolished, but 1559 to 1557, which is a duplex, 1551 is a single family, 1547 is also single family. And I think one of the things that I think is important, even before we get into the style of architecture, is its location on the lot. So if you look at 1547, you're roughly 26 feet and change to the property line, not to back of curb or to the sidewalk, but to property line. 1551 is roughly 28 and change, 1557 duplex 27. And so placing this house kind of sequentially as it moves down the block, we're looking at 27 feet 8 on the left, which is a porch, and 23 feet 8 on the right, which, well, I'm sorry, left and right in this scheme, as far as its setback locations. So that in the duplex, it's actually a duplex on the corner. I think it was listed as a single family, but it was originally a duplex, is around 28 feet to the property line. So having said that, also to heights, and Candace, I know I'm jumping around, please go to the Zootwell survey that shows the heights of historic structures, which is slide 13. You can see the 1539 and 1543 are not historic, they're new builds on the block face. 1547 is a single family. Historic duplex is at 1555. And one of the things that we were looking at was the rhythm of the street as well as the grade and the topography, because by the time you get to the corner, the land drops down significantly. And so this house, we're looking at where our finished floor levels are. So for us, the finished floor elevation for the new build is at 715. It's 3 feet lower than the duplex, and it will sit lower than the duplex as well. But in comparison to single-family homes 1551 is at 735.4. and 737. So you're looking at roughly a 3-foot delta from ridge to ridge. The grade, as we note, is higher on the left than it is on the right. It is a bungalow style street. Even if you look at the houses across the street, there's some historic duplexes that are double gable facing the street. Their foundation heights and their setbacks are also in the supplement document that is provided. And just kind of responding to some of the staff comments in here, the dormer on the rear offset is roughly 3'10" left and right, so it is not coplanar with the exterior walls. Door and window trim, as we always provide, door and window trims will all be wood. Siding to be cementatious, a hardy lap siding, or hardy artisan lap siding. Windows to be JELD-WEN sightline or equal, and we haven't gotten to those final selections yet. The column beam detail has been provided, typical wall section. We talked about the setbacks and how the houses do stair step back onto the street based on the curvature and the arc of the road. We are also looking at the houses that are 365 or 360 degree across the street with their setbacks, and they range from 18.67 to 26.19 feet from the property line. There are no trees on this particular lot. There is on the survey, it shows it for the corner lot, which will be coming up. Driveway dimensions are provided. We are creating an alley access, a one-story garage in the back for 2-car garage, which I would like to, I don't know if we can ask for staff to review that at appropriate time, being that it is a 1-story, or if it can still be approved with this application. We haven't gotten into all the specific details of the garage, but being that it is just a 1-story, we ask that if there is any questions that we can work with staff on that. And anything to add?
Oh, I think we are good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Angie. Do we have no callers? Commissioner Bell?
Any questions?
I do.
What?
I've got like 3 or 4 questions. I'm just gonna list them out and let you all respond. The front cricket, can you, describe that? What is it? What is the roofing material? What's the pitch? Can you see it from the street? A sight line from the street would probably be helpful. Are the rafters exposed tails or not? And can you talk about the brackets that you have and the reasoning and placement behind them? 3, I'll come back to that one. For the, just out of curiosity, not that overly critical of a rear elevation, but what is going on with the roof? Can't exactly understand about on that rear, the covered porch to the covered back stoop to the step back on the windows. Can you just explain that, what's going on there with that? And I think that's it for right now. So cricket, soffit detail, bracket locations, and rear roof configuration.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to refer to the roof plan, which is in the page 16. So the small cricket that you're referring to is just the connection between the two gables.
Right.
Being that it would be of a greater than 312 pitch, it would be an asphalt shingle cricket between the two. Visible from the street, I would question because of where you see it from a pedestrian, you'd have to be across the street to see it. But it could be minimal, but it has to be at least, if it's going to be asphalt shingle, it has to be at least a 312. The roof in the back, so the lower roof, where slide 16 again,
That's a continuation.
of the shed, of the
shed.
So
Is it
there's a lower
cantilevered
shed
right
roof.
there?
Pardon?
Is it cantilevered right there?
No, there is cantilever. It's just a continuation of the shed, but since it's offsets, that's why it just follows
The fall.
Yeah.
So go to the elevation page, slide 12. Can you bring it down? Okay. So here's the shed, stops at this wall, and then it continues on down, stops at this wall. So this is the shed, first stop, second stop. So if you can go to the rear elevation. First shed, thank you. First shed stops, continues on down.
Okay.
Now, one thing I did notice, the beam column detail has been corrected with the column beam detail submitted. So on the front porch, it actually is, the beam is in from the face of the column. And, but this is the continuation of this shed. So this back roof is a shed. It dies into this porch, which is a gable. So shed roof, and it slopes on down.
Below that first wall, that's
Here?
one siding above that window, between that window and the
Sure.
fascia.
Floor
The-
plan,
The twin window and the fascia, that's all siding there?
Yes, it's all siding.
correct.
Yeah.
Floor plan, please. So see the roof
Yeah.
follows along the profile. So this wall is higher than this wall. So this sits up higher.
Okay.
As far as the continuation of the roof, this is where it ties in the rear. This is slide 15 with the gable on the back. The brackets, the location of the brackets, we felt 1/3 on the front, over the window, and then balanced between the two gables. And this is incorrect. Slide 11, front porch detail is not, we submitted the detail.
Yeah, we submitted the something.
Yeah. So, the brackets, the 1/3 kind of distance, are they absolutely necessary? No. But aesthetically, felt like they needed to be there. And cricket, rafters, beam detail, roof plan.
In the rafter tails, we can. see
Oh, the
section.
rafter tails.
We
Yeah.
can see in the section,
Where is it?
in the section.
Supplement?
Supplement.
That's in the supplement.
Yes, sir.
So it's not open rafter tails, yeah, it's the sloped soft.
No pork chops.
Just keep it simple.
Make sure I've covered everything.
What page is that on the supplement?
Slide 10.
Slide 10.
It's Scott, it's in the typical wall section detail.
Staff provided information, Charlotte Historic Commission. Oh, I got you. It's on-
And we do have a barge rafter that is, you can see in the shot in the
Yeah.
distance, which is the trim on the exterior. Jason. Trees, materials.
Yeah. Yes.
Go ahead, Stanley.
I was just gonna ask about the cricket. I hadn't noticed it until Commissioner Taylor brought it up, but is there a way you could just use metal and make it a lower slope so that it's not as visible? I mean, it's pretty tall up there for the
Yes, we can just go with a 1 by 12.
112 pitch.
112 pitch, make it metal.
And enough to get water
Yeah,
away from the
yeah,
tap.
at least a 112 pitch.
Obviously, it has to
Yes.
work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Angie, can I ask about the rear roof lines again that Commissioner Taylor is asking about? So I understand what's happening. In that shed is a different pitch. Than the dominant roof line. Can you actually go to the side elevation? Yeah, there. So the walls are just really high on the back of the house, and you've kind of got your header with your band above, and then and then you have a whole nother wall up there. Why are you choosing that roof pitch when it seems inconsistent with it seems like it's making the elevation of the wall too tall for
So to answer your question, Heather, we actually started at the dormer, right? And then continued down. So it was a start point and a stop point. It happened to be a 312 minimally. But if we start the shed lower, it would change the pitch, or we just lower the whole boxing of the porch as well. So if you go to the rear elevation, page 12. So
Yeah,
what-
just- I mean, when I'm looking at that and I look at the second floor, like that proportion of that wall makes sense with the soffit, but once you have all these other, like even where where the roof on the gable of the porch is sitting, like it just looks like it sits too high.
we can lower that. Absolutely.
Well, I don't even know. It just looks top heavy. It looks out of proportion. The roof in itself looks squatty and shallow, and then the walls look too tall.
Yeah, we can restudy the rear elevation with that shed roof composition, absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, and setbacks, the setback. So, on the supplement, it looks like on your side of the street, the setbacks are a little bit bigger to the thermal wall. And I know that you're trying to cascade, and kind of follow the curve. But could you explore potentially moving that thermal wall back just a little bit? I feel like that left corner is blocking the view to the house to the left of you as you're kind of coming up.
In plan, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we could shift the house back a little bit. I do want you to go to the photos, if we can, of that house next door. It is a duplex. It sits way up high on a hill. So slide 7. Yeah. No, slide.
I think it's in the middle.
Supplement. Where'd it go?
I think it was there. I think it was on that first one that you went to. It was just kind of in the middle.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
think. No, that's okay. One more. Yeah, and then to
Yes.
the bottom middle one. Yes, that. Okay.
So slide 7, bottom center. So this house sits up high and I don't think it will be blocked, but we can certainly look at restudying its position. I don't want to pull it too far back because then we lose our rear yard.
Yeah.
So there's a trade-off, and if it could be somewhere in between 23 and 26, maybe a couple of feet back. But this house does sit real high on the hill. So, and it is a duplex. Its perspective would be a little different in a streetscape.
It just seemed like it was a little bit farther forward than the other houses with the math. 23, yeah.
You're talking about thermal wall to thermal wall.
Yeah.
in
Setback to
consideration.
thermal wall is 23.8, and then your neighbors are 26 is the smallest on that side.
Yeah, so somewhere in between, if there's a compromise, absolutely. It does shorten a little bit of the backyard, or we make some other concessions, but yes, we can certainly work on the setbacks.
I think those were my only questions.
So cricket material. And rear porch shed roof study.
And the setback.
Hey, Angie. Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Are we considering the garage and the house right now? The
Yes.
combined? The garage on plan is facing an alley, but the alley looks abandoned.
Well, they actually, if you look at the photos, it is an abandoned alley. The developer client does want to create that access for that, as well as there's going to be a garage alley facing for the corner lot as well. I know it's not part of your review, but we do want to open up the alley.
I can help with that. So the alley's not officially abandoned, it's just kind of overgrown.
Okay.
And they can, if they're gonna open it, we love when people do that and have things face the alley.
So it would open it up for everyone on the block, essentially.
I guess it's not material to this, but the corner lot, that's a future application. I think you mentioned same applicant, so they're controlling both. Okay, now, okay, because I was just kind of trying to understand how you would do that.
Yeah, so I know what's forthcoming.
Yeah.
You guys don't yet, but it's a development as well.
Thank you.
I have a question about that also. So it looks like there's a utility pole in the alley. I guess, I don't know if it's a you question or a staff. Are you guys able to move that so you can? use
Depends
that?
on what the utility is, if it's cable or not, but it could be a workaround.
Okay.
It wasn't on our official survey because we do have a.
Well, it's
Is
on
it
the
on there?
street view. Like if you go to Google Street View,
Right.
it looks like it's like right smack in the middle. I just,
So we
that
can
might
work,
be a
we'll
problem.
work around it. It'll be an our problem if we
Okay.
do, but it'll be, we're gonna do a concrete driveway,
Okay.
whether the alley is paved or has carriage strips. We don't technically own or client doesn't technically own the alley, but the
Yeah.
improvement would have to work with staff on.
Okay.
Right, so if you look at property line, I think the fence actually goes back. So the alley is like right here. On where Christy is pointing with her cursor.
Okay.
On the Google.
Oh,
Christy, can you go to, or Candace, I'm sorry, can you go to the official survey that we have for this property that was included in this packet? Because I believe it is noted on there.
Slide 10, or
We do kind of set their pole on the property line. And if it's in the alleyway, they're gonna have to.
yeah, so the pole, it says, like,
Oh, yeah.
that's the pipe for the survey, but not. Coming here, sorry, the southern part of the slide. There's the rebar found here, so this is this person's property, there's the property pipe there, and X is the fence is here. So their fence is in the alley right now. This is the fence line. The X's is the fence.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
they're gonna be north of, or paper north of that fence. So they're claiming the alley right now, basically. Okay.
All right. Any other questions? All right, we will close for deliberation. Sounds like there's a couple of things with the setbacks, the rear elevation shed roof, the cricket material, and I think we have stayed pretty high level at this point. Anything else?
Nothing else. I just want to talk about some of those things.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can start with the cricket. I'm not opposed to the cricket, but I would be if it's a feature from the front elevation. I don't think it is, but I think a sight line from the street would probably be helpful to see how high up it is coming in. We don't have a perspective, but in real view, what do you see there? Regarding metal roofs, we allow, I think, we don't disallow metal roofs in the front, but they're usually an accent piece. And we don't allow big sections of metal roof. This is a small section, but I wouldn't call this an accent piece either. It's more of a, how can we handle this?
More of just basically a gutter. to
Yeah,
get the
so
water of that.
I
I don't think you'll see it at all if it's a low slope metal.
I don't think, no, if it's a one, probably not, but I think if we go to a continuance on this, I think I would ask for a sight line from the street, just so everybody's on board with the same thing. Going to the brackets, I feel like that elevation there, those three brackets on the front are just kind of shoehorned in there because we want brackets there. And structurally, it doesn't make sense. And there's not enough room to put them down below. So does it make sense to have brackets at all? And then on the side elevations, I get the third, but structurally, you're not gonna have, like on that right one, you're not gonna cantilever that much of that barge rafter out there on the tail end of it. If it's actually a structural feature, it's gonna be lower to where you have not, call that 12 feet of cantilever, whatever that is. It just,
you need
That-
another one
yeah,
down at the
yeah, it
bottom.
doesn't make a lot of sense structurally to me to have those brackets where they are.
Can you explain that those are structural in old houses? Because some people don't know that. They're not just decorative.
Well,
They're
yeah.
decorative in this.
They're decorative here.
Yeah, they're decorative here. But proportionately, they're historically set based on the way that it would be trimmed out. and
Holding up that,
supported.
that rafter that's hanging out in the air.
Yeah,
It's holding that, that rafter would be spanning between bracket and bracket, which you, on that right, that bottom right section, that would be too far in modern days or old days for it to hold that. There's just, that needs another one.
yes. Yeah.
So in my mind, it doesn't make a lot of sense because of the structural
Well, I think
efficiency there.
we should ask for them to restudy that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to restudy, because I do think that the brackets add some
I like-
fenestration and kind of
Breaks up.
capture the time period that you're going
Aiming for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The front's very busy and has enough going on, but the sides, that's more proportionate for a big, large gable. I think it adds
The,
detail.
then the rear roof, oh, we didn't talk about that chimney. It's, there's a note on there that 10-2, but I don't know that is actually, it looks, that, go to the front. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around on you.
Oh, there you go.
That right hand,
Yeah.
there's a note be 10-2 there. I don't, that looks close to me. So if it, it'd be fine, I imagine. It's not gonna go up another 10 feet, so it's probably fine. The rear elevation, it looks funky to me. But again, I don't, you all can turn over in your graves, but the rear elevation is a private realm. In my book, it's a private realm. It can be funky.
Well, and I think the front proportions are done very well. So why would you just stop there and why would you not continue it to the back?
I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
disagree with that.
it-
That is, if they want funky, they can have funky.
Well, I would prefer them to restudy that.
Yeah.
That's,
Roof
I
pitches.
just,
As
my
long as-
opinion is, it's the bedrooms, none of my business.
I gotcha. What else? Cricket, the bracket tails, the brackets, the roof, rear roof, and then setback.
Yeah, I mean, so study the setback.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would like to see a restudy on some of the window locations on the left and rear elevations. I feel like they're a little bit close to the
Corner board.
trim boards. There and there.
Yeah.
Considering just.
Windows.
Specifically, the left elevation is obviously right at the front facade.
All right. You ready?
Yep.
Bear with me. I'm gonna rattle some stuff off and miss some
Go.
stuff.
Go.
All right, I make a motion to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. Actually, I propose that continuous application for a restudy of the front cricket, the brackets, the rear roof elevation, the side and rear window locations,
Corner boards.
in relation to the corner boards.
Yep.
The setback.
Yep.
I think that's it, right?
Yep. You want some standards?
And I'm gonna say, referencing standards,
Setbacks is 6.5.
6.5, 4.1, 4.11. I'm gonna have to search this one. Windows is
6.15.
6.15,
Trim is 6.14. Corners and trim.
6.14. Roof, what's roof?
Roof is 6.13.
How do you know that?
I'm looking at the, at the.
6.13.
Did you do setback, 6.5?
Which one?
Did you say setbacks already?
Yes, we did setbacks first. So we did setbacks, we did roof forms, we did cornices and trims, we did windows and doors. Brackets would be in our trim work. Windows is spacing for corners.
Can I pause and say something else?
Sure.
I think the garage needs to be out of this application. I feel like staff can handle the garage.
Yeah, they can.
Okay, so this motion is for the house only, excluding the garage.
You can just say we're sending the garage to staff for review.
Okay. We're sending the garage to staff.
Perfect.
That's my motion.
And do we want to say that we've only looked, we haven't gotten into, or have we gotten into all the detail?
Well, I think we did, because we talked about the windows and doors and trim and
It's a pretty
crown.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Got the cricket.
column details and everything. So I
right,
think,
cool.
yeah. Okay, I second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Philip, yes.
Okay, when did he leave?
Taylor, yes.
So Wash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion passes 9-1. Let the record show that Commissioner Whitlock.
I think it's 8-1.
Yeah, without Scott.
Sorry. 8-0.
8-0.
8-0.
No.
9-0.
9-0. Commissioner Whitlock
Commissioner Whitlock
has stepped away from the meeting.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Angie. We'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
The next applicants have been waiting a long time. Y'all come on up. Bring some more chairs if you need them. We can get. Y'all staying there?
There's just two comments.
Okay, great. Okay.
Go to Jess for you.
What's it?
Go to Jess for you.
Is Victor coming back for this? Okay.
Wrap that one up.
Okay, great. Yes, you all have been very patiently waiting.
All right, so this application is for 601 East Boulevard, the Dilworth United Methodist Church. We have, it's a multi-part project, so we have an addition, front door replacement, window and door changes, lighting and site work that are proposed.
Can we also state for the record that Commissioner Whitlock has rejoined the meeting?
And so just to get everyone oriented, I was going to bring up the map. So today we're looking at the chapel, which is here at the corner of East and Springdale, and the Jones Building, which is right here. There's no changes proposed to the main sanctuary and the other buildings on the site, so the scope of work is limited to this area and the courtyard between the buildings. And we have our applicants here that I will turn it over to for their presentation. Just let me know which slide you'd like to go to.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Robinson, and I'm here with Senior Pastor Michelle Chappell in the corner, again, with Dilworth United Methodist Church. And she and I both serve on the building committee for this project that we're here to talk about. And we've got, again, Steve Hauser, Victor Jones will be back, and Trip Bula are also here from our architecture team. Again, Dilworth Church is one of the oldest churches in Dilworth, started in the 1800s, and our primary sanctuary was finished in 1926. We're very proud of the work that we've done to preserve the 4 sacred spaces on our campus, but we're here to talk specifically about the one in that right corner on the corner of East Boulevard and Springdale. And In 2003, we renovated our Jones Education Building, and that space was done very closely in coordination with you all to preserve the front facade of that building. And in doing so, we've created a space that's still serving us well today. But with this current project, we've been working on it for the past 8 years, really brainstorming how to renovate that space and bring it up to meet not only the needs of us and our growing congregation today, but of the community and our nonprofit partners. And so with that, we are asking to rehabilitate the structure, to expand our vision, but also to create a more accessible space for our community. We really pride ourselves on our open doors philosophy and believe that this will create a bright space on the front of our campus, be accessible not only again to our growing congregation, but the community and our nonprofit partners. So I'll turn over to Steve.
Okay. Steve Hauser with address is 1921 Annecy Drive, Matthews 28105. And I'll talk through kind of the design of the building. If you will go to the site plan, please, Jen. So this is the existing site plan with South Boulevard at the bottom of the screen for everyone's orientation. Our existing plans that we're showing also have demolition shown as well. So the hatched areas to the left and to the north of the East Terry Chapel are all sidewalks and planting beds. There's one section of the columbarium wall at the base of the courtyard that will be removed purely for construction purposes. It will be disassembled and reassembled after construction with the same pieces. And if anything gets damaged, we will replace it in kind. We're planning on saving the gate and reusing that as well. In our civil plans, it shows for 4 trees being removed at the front. And then there was a couple others that were being taken out. This was mostly due to a requirement that we were going to have to do per the UDO to widen the sidewalks on 3 sides of the site. But we've recently learned since we put in our application that if we keep our addition to under 1,000 square feet, we will not have to comply with widening the sidewalks, which saves trees. It saves not having to move one of the light poles on Springdale. And it reduces the number of trees that we would have to take out for construction to just 2. And Jen, if you'll zoom in right to that tree right there. This is the 119-inch oak and the 13-inch maple. This would be in line for construction. It's possible when we get a contractor on board that we might be able to work around these trees and not have to take them out. But we're planning on the worst case scenario being that they would be damaged by the construction. So we'd take these out and replace them. Our civil engineer had mentioned that the 19-inch oak had some significant pruning in the past, but they're both in relatively good condition currently. If you go to the next page. So this shows the around the perimeter of the site, it shows the widened sidewalks. The addition that we were planning on providing for the chapel is to the west side of the chapel. Trying to maintain historic setbacks. We've not built it out towards the roads, but tucked it into where our courtyard is. And we've stepped it back from the front elevation 10 foot 11 inches to line up where the nave of the original chapel is located. For accessibility at the front, we're redoing sidewalks and there are 2 steps you'll see in later photographs going up to the front doors of the chapel that's inaccessible. We want to be very welcoming and have, per the mission of the ADA, that everyone goes through the same entrance. We like to take that stoop and extend it out using the sidewalk from the left. There's an existing sidewalk coming in from the left to provide accessibility to the front doors. And then we would repeat the 2 steps closer to the road so that you still have the 2 steps, but then you have an accessible route coming from the side. So the proposed addition would require the removal of a portion of the west wall, and we'll get into that more when we talk about the floor plan. We've included a small patio to the left of the addition because we want to pass through in between the building and the courtyard area, but we've tried to maintain as much grass as possible. And we've tried to be as delicate as possible in our connection to Jones Building. The purpose of this addition is twofold. One is to provide a space that's large enough to accommodate over 200 people. Currently, the existing space is not. And we're shooting for over 230 people. That's the venue size that the church needs to reutilize, and that's one of the reasons they've raised money for this project. The second part of this project is to provide an accessible route connected to the Jones Building. And we've explored different ways to do that through the portico of the Jones Building or straight through one of the offices. And where we chose to do it is through the historic opening where there was doors at one point. So if you'll go to the next slide.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna head back to, okay. So I would go to the, 2 more slides, please. Slide 18. So if you'll zoom in between the addition and the renovation. A little further down, please. Okay, so in order to make the a usable space, we are having to take out about 2/3 of the west wall. One of the staff comments that we had gone through several different iterations, trying to maintain as much of that wall as possible. Our original plan was that there are pilasters along that wall. If you can probably show the elevation at this point too. There are pilasters along that wall. We thought there might be steel columns. Our original plan was to keep the steel columns, keep the pilasters, keep the parapet, and widen out that whole wall. Well, as we got into to look at the structure more carefully, there is no steel in that exterior wall. It's a load-bearing masonry wall. And so we couldn't just save the pilasters. Those walls are also lateral, support the lateral support for the building. We do have a structural engineer here to answer any questions later about that. So our next step was to maybe we can take where those 4 windows were and widen that out. And then we found as we studied it more, this is actually unreinforced masonry block walls and brick. So even widening those openings would not be possible. And so one of the last things we looked at was, okay, could we take out the entire wall, leaving the parapet above, but looking in section on how that parapet is supported by the wall, where we'd have to come down with our pitched roof to support it with new steel. In order to do that, we'd actually have to rebuild a parapet above, and that would be detrimental to how the water's sheeting off of the existing church. The pitched roof onto the low roof. So we've explored per staff's comments and also for the workshop, trying to preserve that wall as much as possible. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that within that space. So our addition, we've kept a rhythm of similar to the existing windows there, but per staff comments, trying to make this as large as possible as far as our glass going in. So our addition provides that glass in from the exterior. We're using modern aluminum and glass storefront windows to make them as much glass as possible and to also differentiate from any historic replication. So we're trying to take cues from the surrounding buildings and especially the Terry Chapel here without replicating. And per staff comments, we originally were replicating some of those details on the addition. And instead we've taken cues from those and made it simpler instead along that way. Also, we've addressed one of the staff comments to make the addition more subservient or submissive to the existing building. So we've dropped the parapet down, I think it's 9 inches from the existing parapet. And then as the addition connects back into the Jones building, we've dropped it again to align the parapet with the band along the second floor of the Jones building. And one of the other staff comments early on was to look at maybe a glass box connection of a corridor in between this addition and the Jones building. We looked at contemporary options, and unfortunately, not unfortunately, but the staff looked at these and had considered these, but everything on this campus is traditional. So they wanted to keep with a traditional feel with the additions, although the addition still being within the time period of today. So if you'll head back to the floor plan, we can talk a little bit about the connection to the Jones building. So where we're connecting in at the top of the orange area, this was where the stairwell had let out with a pair of 30-inch wooden doors in the original 1941 building, which was primarily demolished. We saved the facade, as Jamie had talked about, and they had put 2 windows in 2003. Well, we'd like to reopen that back up to a doorway, and because it's only 60-inch wide or 64 inches wide, our idea would be to go with a single door. This is a 2-hour fire-rated wall. To go with a single door with side lights in order to make it accessible. Because if you do have 2 30-inch doors, you would have to open both simultaneously through automatic openers in order to make that accessible. And that is one option that we could do. So staff has asked us to relook at possibly using doors that are similar to the original ones that were removed in 2003, where we connect.
Can we look at the pictures of that existing? I was just trying to give.
Yeah, I think it's one of the last 2 pages.
Okay. This is what's there now, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that is turning into a new entrance, and
Yeah, keep going.
this, no.
Page 25 shows the pictures of it there, and then I think if you continue down a little bit further.
There we go.
Go to slide 27 or 28. There you go. So those are the existing windows now. That's our proposed door, and this is a photograph of the 2. And within that connector, we've gone through great pains to try to figure out how to avoid a firewall in between these 2. Currently, the 2 buildings are separate. When they redid the Jones building, they combined that with the sanctuary building, but they left the Terry Chapel as a separate entity. And so we had to go back in, we had to study the code to make sure that we could try to figure out how to add the square footage for this Terry Chapel plus its addition to the square footage of the Jones building. And originally we were going to put a firewall within there. If we had a firewall, we'd have to cover up a lot of these historic features and go right through that. We were able to work with the county and figure out the best way to combine those 2 areas. We are keeping a 2-hour fire separation, but that's not a true firewall. That's a fire barrier, but that's allowed us to be open. And so we've provided a lot of glass on both sides of that connector in order to allow people, if you're coming up from even outside the building, to go look through and be able to see the historic wall of the Jones building through that opening. We are also along the whole west wall of the addition, providing those large openings we talked about, and where we're saving portions of the exterior wall within. Those will also be exposed bricks, so you'll be able to see those with the stained glass windows on the inside. Now, if you head back to the elevations, let's go to the south elevation. 2 pages up.
Yep.
So for the commercial property, we did not have a Zoutwell elevation, so we tried to create our best one of our site, but not considering the residential on either side. The site's bordered on residential on 3 sides and another church across the street. So this is the sanctuary to the left, the Jones building that we're calling, to the right there, and that's the 1941 facade. And then darker in the front here is also and this is the Terry Chapel, that we're calling the well now. And so, if you scroll down, this has the before and after. So the wall to the left is where we're,
Oh, that wall.
it's the courtyard wall that we're having to take out for construction. We'll be rebuilding. The front doors of the building, those are currently a pair of 30-inch wooden doors with a stained glass above. Our proposal would be to remove those 2 doors, provide 2 new 30-inch steel and glass doors on openers so to make it accessible, but keeping the stained glass above. We are willing to try to retrofit the existing doors. We're not sure if those will support it, but we will definitely look into that, trying to maintain the 2 original doors per staff comments and supply those with automatic openers as we would with the new doors. Down below, this is kind of the comparison of the west wall of the chapel that has to be, that's being proposed to be removed with the addition wall in front of that. You can see it's similar but not the same, and with larger glass doors.
I just wanted to show the commission, this is the original door on the chapel that's proposed for replacement.
And we believe, like from my study of the blueprints, this is what they drew basically for the 1941 building. So I think they were similar, but I don't have a photograph of those going into the Jones building. So staff had also commented and asked the question at the front doors, is it possible for accessibility to be through another entrance? And the answer to that is yes, it can go through another entrance, but it's not ideal. It doesn't meet the intent of the ADA to everyone go through the front door and to be as welcoming as what the church is trying to do with the space. This will be a venue not just for the church community, but also for Dilworth and the community. There's very few spaces that can support this size group, and they want to open it up to South Boulevard and have that inviting. And if we keep these front doors, we'd want to prop these open during event days. And also, as you can see, when we get to the 3D renderings, using event banners on the face of the building. On either side of the front door, there are light fixtures that are, I guess you could say, historic, that we are proposing to be removed, but we're not at the stage yet to know what that replacement would be. We're just finishing up schematic design, so we're not ready for all of those decisions yet. And so if you'll go to the, let's go back to the roof plan. It's there on 20. So just so everyone understands of the aspects that we're doing here, we are having to take off the entire slate, the natural slate roof in order to repair leaks from different times, redo the copper flashing. We are trying to salvage as much of the slate as we can, reuse that natural slate, reuse the copper if possible, and supplement with new natural slate and copper for the repair to the existing roof. And as you can see from where the addition is, we're keeping that a low slope roof, a TPO roof, a little further down from the existing, and allowing the renovation of the historic building to shed water onto the roof here. Okay, let's go to the east elevation. Right there.
The Springdale.
Yep. So from Springdale, you can see on the left is the existing with the red areas where things are being removed. On the left-hand side, there is an existing HVAC unit with a rusted pipe chase that goes up the side that was added much later. We are planning to, when it went from steam to gas or to electric, that's when that went in, that's rusted. We're removing that, but we are replacing the HVAC units with additional HVAC units that we're going to screen with landscaping on the same side where it exists now. And right between the two buildings, there is one alleyway that you can look through at this point and see the portico on the Jones Building. And with the new addition, you will be able to see the one entrance. It's still going to be a spot where people can walk up as they have historically in between the two buildings and enter this building, and you can see right into the courtyard from that same location. Around the exterior, we're planning on doing all of our masonry cleaning and replacing all the window coverings that have gotten hazy and yellowed over the years with new clear window protection. Okay, and now keep going, next couple slides. Okay, north entrance on 24, or north elevation. So this is just to show that on the north side of the building, we do have 2 wooden doors, 2 stained glass windows and louvers, and those will all be restored. But of course, our addition will cover up one of those. So some of that will be indoor, some will be outdoor. If we had to put a firewall, a lot of these were probably gonna have to go away, so not having to do that was a benefit. And then that next slide, 25. And this kind of shows the relationship of how the addition, this is the bottom right is a section through the connector and how it attaches, how much of the historic entrance will still be visible underneath the ceiling. And I believe I hit all of our notes. Okay, well, I thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Any questions?
Thank you, Steve. I don't think we have any callers, so turn it over to you, Chair Bell.
I had a question. So if I'm looking at Secretary of the Interior standards, number 9 says new additions, exterior alterations, or related new constructions will not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. And 10 says new additions and adjacent or new construction shall be undertaken in such a way that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. So if you're thinking about the wall coming down, can you speak to how those go with those 2 standards that we have to make decisions by?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We do believe that we're not altering the essential form of the building by taking out this portion of the wall. I did forget to mention that the 4 windows that are being removed, the stained glass windows, are being salvaged and saved. 3 of those are being stored within the church. 1 of them is being reused in an interior fashion in order to try to preserve those. And structurally, we're looking at where the columns are going in place of this wall to hold up the roof in the with the thought that if the addition was ever to be removed, the wall could be reconstructed. It's the brick veneer on the outside would be fairly simple to recreate. Some of the the caps and things could be recreated fairly easily. And then if we can maintain those windows, they could be reused. So the essential form of the building stays the same, even though we're adding on to the addition, and the wall could be reconstructed with the new steel going in, would be our thought.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about why structurally you couldn't build a framed opening in that wall and to support the unreinforced masonry above is what I understood. That there was unreinforced masonry above that.
The entire wall is unreinforced masonry. I would like to give the floor to Trip Buller, our structural engineer. Would you like to answer that question?
Sure.
We need,
Sorry.
have you been sworn in?
I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
we need to give you a mic. If you could come up here and use the mic. Thank you.
And please state your name and address for the court reporter.
The name is Trip Bulla. Address is 735 East Kingston Avenue. So the whole building is unreinforced brick and CMU masonry. And the problem is that right now the roof of the main chapel is bearing on that exterior wall, and but it doesn't just bear like right on the little column there. It bears on the whole sectional wall from window to window. If you start diminishing that wall, there's really not enough left to hold that up above it. We tried to say the existing windows are 4 feet wide. If we made them 5 feet wide, make them a little wider, we don't have enough left in the structure to maintain the support for the existing chapel roof. Was that your question?
It was, I think you sort of answered it, but I still feel like there's an opportunity to build a framed opening in that wall to maintain some of the existing wall. So it marks historically where that wall was instead of taking out the whole side of the building.
Yeah, that's sort of what we're doing with the steel frame there, but it takes out the whole thing. If you wanted something where each window is, you end up with a lot of columns coming down that separate the addition.
Right, that mess up the.
They separate
I'm
the
just
addition
thinking
from
of a
the.
large framed opening, maybe with two. Just to maintain that wall, some memory of that wall historically in the new building, because it looks like the whole wall is coming out completely.
Steve.
Am I making sense at all?
Yeah, we had that in the background before. So one of the things right at this corner where we're coming in, this is like the kind of the beginning of the nave. We are keeping one of the pilaster caps right at that point where the new wall for the addition comes into it, to try to resemble that this is where that part of the wall was before we turned back the addition. And we had explored trying to save more of that parapet, which would kind of create that opening that you're talking about, kind of a framed opening, where even if the columns and the walls, the columns and the windows were pulled out, you could still have the parapet above. But if you go back, Jen, if you go back to the wall section, as we study the structure of how that masonry wall and the parapet originally, if you'll zoom in right there, how that's constructed for where the steel needs to come in for the roof structure, we wouldn't be able to shore that section up in order to do it. You could rebuild it, but then, rebuilding that above the roof line where you can't see it from the road didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense.
Can you go to the section where you're showing the reconstruction, not the demolition? And can you explain how is that a web truss? Steel web truss that's existing?
Yes, that's existing.
And then how does that actually attach to this new beam that you have noted
Okay.
over that? It looks like it's holding up the ceiling of the new structure, but how does it attach to the structure of the existing?
How the beam
Yeah.
ties into it?
Yeah.
Kurt, you want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally, I'll go back. Sorry. There's a seat on the bottom of that steel truss that sits on top of the wall, and the top of the beam, or it doesn't sit on the top of the parapet wall, but there's a bearing in the existing CMU wall that it sits on. That's the same point where we're setting the steel for the new beam, and all the roof on the addition just gets hung off that beam, but it's the addition doesn't control where that beam is. The existing trusses control where that beam is.
Okay.
Do we have a date on the construction of this addition of the Terry Chapel?
Terry,
With 1959? Yeah, 1959.
That's right. So the campus has been built over several different
Several
building projects. Yeah,
iterations.
and each one looks a little different as they built with the times with similar features. But yeah, this is, we call it 1960.
I have one more question. Why is the new parapet walls 9 inches shorter than the original?
Originally, we had the new parapets at the height to match the existing building, but to make sure that it wasn't kind of a false sense of history, that it was not original, working with staff, we talked about differentiating that from the height of the existing. So we dropped it down as much as we could without affecting the ceiling heights and the window heights and stuff within.
Gotcha.
So that's why it's just
That's the
minimal,
9 inches.
just a little, you know.
Gotcha.
So that's a clear span from the front of the Terry building to the back of the Terry building where you're taking that wall out?
We have 3 columns within.
3 columns within there.
So if you can kind of see those here,
Yeah.
there, and there. So it was a clear span, you know, couldn't quite get away with just one column.
So, question, the engineer indicated that that beam location is dictated by the existing truss and it's going to be sitting on that. So in other words, if for some reason someone decided in the future to pull off the addition,
Mhm.
the truss is still intact and you could build that wall without having to modify. It would be, build it back to original specs.
That's correct. Yeah, the new steel beam is going in within the location of where the original wall is now. The columns are in line with that wall as well. And so they'd be able to actually bring the brick back in. On the interior, they'd probably use metal studs and drywall instead of the original block. So the steel would still hold up the building, but from the exterior, we could replace that masonry, the brick masonry, the windows and the sills and everything without it being different from the way it is today.
Your columns are in the wrong spot though. Why are they not in the same spot as the previous?
We originally had that, but structurally, they didn't have to remain in those locations. So where we're putting the new ones, we did take a look at shifting that over and not being in line with where these are here. But that was more of an aesthetic choice, we thought, because it was on the interior of the building. But the window from the existing could still go back in that location.
You'd have to redo your columns as well.
We'll
Oh,
need to
so-
double check. I mean, it might need to shift over a couple inches from where it is,
Yeah.
but it could still fit.
Yeah.
Are you having to have this brick made to match it, or is it, what's the idea on the brick?
The new brick for the addition,
Yeah,
we haven't selected that yet. We're going to find not custom brick, but we're going to try to find brick that's off the shelf that comes very close to matching. We've noticed as you walk around the campus, each building's brick is similar, but it's not identical to the previous. Even the columbarium wall, I don't think matches any of the other buildings. So they're all similar tan brick, but none of them are identical. So
if in 50 years, somebody wants to get some hair up there, they want to rebuild this, they're gonna have to go have this brick made.
it's quite possible. If they can't find one that's identical at the time that they want to do that, then they might have to get a custom color match, yeah.
On the south elevation, can you speak to the decision to suddenly have a flat topped window while the remainder of the windows are Gothic arches?
Right, to differentiate from kind of where the historic, there was never a window in this location. You know, on the west side, we're emulating the similar Gothic arches of the west side of the building. This helps to be as big as possible with allowing more light in. It was also responding to staff comments about bigger windows, more visibility through the addition into the existing building.
Thank you.
To me, that door looks very industrial compared to the windows on the courtyard side. I think a more I think, yes,
Oh, that's just a window, not a.
window.
Hmm.
Anyway, I think continuing the language of those courtyard windows around the corner is a much better contextual response to the addition than introducing a new shape that Commissioner already brought up.
Okay.
And I had two other questions or responses. Why are y'all removing the historic light fixtures beside the main entry to the chapel?
Yeah, I did not give you a reason for that. They're very dim the way they are. We could look into relamping them to see if they could provide the light that we need at that front entrance without adding additional lighting, trying to beef up those existing fixtures. If that's possible, we can do that. If not, we'd like to do that where we have, it's not a full, they're not full cutoff now, but they are capped. They're just kind of at a scale with this elevation, we believe, and we'd like to increase the volume
Are
of that.
those original to the 59 structure? To your knowledge?
I don't believe that we know.
They look, they look fairly original to me.
I just don't say sure.
I mean, they look old and very unique. And I think along with that, I would prefer to see some sort of retrofit for those wood doors on the front of the chapel and to be able to reuse those doors. The new design doesn't seem at all in keeping with the rest of the.
Okay. We can
I
definitely.
strongly agree. I would also encourage you, while I understand completely the idea of wanting to be more open and welcoming, I think that can be achieved in ways that still honor the historic context of the church and the way it meets the street. I think the wood is the character of the wood is just too important to lose. I also feel the lighting is far too characteristic and of a piece with the rest of the structure. I understand wanting to add more lighting, but my sense is that it could probably be done with landscaping lighting at the, in collaboration with staff. They're very great. They're very good about that kind of stuff without deteriorating the character of the building itself.
Okay, we can definitely explore that. And so we can add supplemental, we can retrofit these if possible. If not, leave them in place, continue to use them and add additional lighting instead of switching it out.
Do not remove those lights.
Gotcha. Okay.
Had a comment in that I really appreciate that you're working with the campus that you have. You have buildings from multiple eras, and that were suited to a program that worked at that time. And now you're trying to add to the structure so that it more aligns with your current programming and your mission of your organization. I think that in designing what you have here before us, you're attempting to work with the scale and the style of your existing architecture. And in so doing, and I'm not trying to insult the design, but I'm struggling for a word that sort of captures what I'm trying to express with this, with the addition and your existing buildings. There's a Frankenstein quality to it, in that I understand the programming that you're trying to achieve, the accessibility, the light, additional space for more people. I think that there's a balance in working in materials that are contextual, you know, like, but you are going to have to find a brick that would work with this addition. You've introduced arches, which echo some of the arches in the existing architecture. There's a parapet wall, it's slightly shorter. You know, you've got a real tough situation there. You have a columbarium wall, you're in a corner location. So I appreciate that this is a very tricky design, you know, to pull off. One of the standards that I just wanted to read, which spoke to me when I was kind of struggling with how to express what I see with the addition, is it's 7.17, and this is additions. And the standard speaks to commercial architecture. I mean, this is ecclesiastical, but it's not residential. So I thought the standard made the most sense. And I'm going to paraphrase it, but it's make sure that the design of the new addition is compatible with the existing building. The new work should be differentiated from the old while being compatible in massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms, and materials. The style of the addition may range from a contemporary compatible design to a more traditional aesthetic expression. And the design before us is certainly, you know, hewing to a more traditional aesthetic. I would encourage you to think about ways to solve the design challenges here that are not so literal to your existing architecture. There's a way to achieve the light and the accessibility that may not sort of hew to a Gothic revival or Romanesque revival traditional church, which I think could succeed in maybe allaying some of the challenges with the reversibility that some of the other commissioners have discussed here, but also be more successful architecturally so that it's not necessarily trying to copy what you have, but is more complementary, but it might be a more contemporary solution in terms of architecture or expression. And at least that's what I wanted to, you know, express.
We also are trying to work with some feedback from our congregation about maintaining the feel of our current campus. And so you're right, it is a tough challenge of trying to balance the desire of the congregation as well as meet some of these needs. We can keep working on it.
I think your addition compared to the buildings that you have is relatively small. It's not a giant intervention, but it's right at the front. It sits in this courtyard that's been created by your main sanctuary and this other building that you're adding to. So I think there's an opportunity to look at alternatives that would satisfy your congregation, but would also, you know, I think possibly, you know, be something that nobody can picture right now, but through working with different solutions, it might be put in front of your congregation and it might work. Because you're not going to change the character, no matter what happens here, you're not going to change the character of what your church. You know, that architecture is primary. This addition is really critical to how that all hangs together. But I think there's an opportunity to look at alternative solutions. Yeah.
Can I add to that? I totally agree with what Commissioner Sullivan just said, but even more so for the connector between the addition and the main building. And I know I wrote it down somewhere, but now I forgot. Yeah, there. Just because that seems so chunky. And even though the 3-story structure is big in itself, it actually has a lot of glass in it. And that the connector between those two pieces just seems really heavy. And it takes away from the pretty portico with the parapet wall and the gable behind it. And I mean, it really kind of takes away from some of the existing architecture because that piece is so heavy.
I think the connector can serve as sort of a hinge between the addition and the existing structures. And I know y'all said y'all explored kind of the glass box. And I can't remember why that was rejected, but that seems like more of a way to make the addition of the chapel separate from the education building and really stand out as its own piece.
We can definitely continue to look at different options there. The glass box option was nixed early because for a while we were having to deal with a firewall design. And you can't have any openings within 4 feet of a firewall. And so that negated that whole option. But even where we had open connection with not enclosed conditions as one of the very early options, it was the congregation that came back and they didn't like any of the contemporary designs. When they see that glass box, they think contemporary.
Well, and I mean, negative space doesn't have to be contemporary.
And so after listening to the comments you guys just provided, I already have some ideas on how we can do something different, keeping with traditional feel, but being different from the rest of that elevation. So we can explore some different options here.
As you do that restudy, please look again at ways to preserve more of the wall, the original wall facing the courtyard. I'm very concerned about losing that much of a historic building just because you want more space. I understand it, but on East Boulevard, a historic building, that does not meet our standards, frankly. And that's where I'm really having a struggle figuring out how we can improve that at all.
Of the west wall.
The wall facing the courtyard.
Yes.
Okay.
To have, like,
I know you have a section going through, I guess, an interior I know we don't get into interiors, but to understand how much of that west wall is remaining from the interior, because is there any?
Section remaining, that's it, that's in front. That's on
There, so the entire. Okay, I thought there was, okay.
You want to head to the floor plan?
Yeah.
Pull on either side and pull that on the top.
It's doing that.
All part of it.
I guess in the next iteration,
So
like
it's
if we
the
are
west-
exploring, oh, I'm sorry. No, you can go ahead. That's
I
okay.
was gonna say, it's the west wall of the nave room that would be removed, but the front portion here where was was it a bride's room, the usher's room? And then also the vestibule on the upper left-hand side, which I think could have been the sacristy originally. Those two portions are being removed, so it's about 2/3 of the west wall that we're proposing removal of. And it's identical to the one that's on the east side facing Springdale. So it's not like we're removing the historical context completely. It's just on one portion of the building.
Struggling. I need to rest for a second. Yeah.
Yeah. So are there any more questions or comments? Okay, we will close. It sounds like this is headed towards a restudy. What I have heard is context, lighting, doors. Well, I guess we can be big at this point. So the context around everything with the wall and the Secretary of the Interior standards, is there any more discussion that we need to have or anything else that wasn't brought up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the connector between the addition and the Terry Chapel can be more delicate in how it reaches out and touches the second addition. I am in disagreement that I feel that the architecture, the addition that they proposed here does fit within the what the campus has designated as their architectural style, from the truly historic sanctuary of 1925 to the Jones building that was added in 1941, and then this structure that was then added as a boomer in 1959. So I feel like that the architecture of the community anchor, which I feel like this is to the Dilworth neighborhood, it fits within. I have still have concerns about the sudden change in the architectural style of the fenestration on the front elevation, that is set aside the rhythm that has been created in the proposed courtyard. But the facade that they have generally pushed out into the courtyard, in my opinion, fits within the overall campus that has been created by the community anchor. My fear would be straying away from the rhythm of additions that has been created since the original addition in 1941 may fall outside of what my opinion was the context that this campus itself has created for the community and as a community anchor. That's all I have to say.
I totally agree with that. And I think that maybe wrapping that courtyard language around to that flat front opening could create a more cohesive addition on that.
Fourth edition.
Yes.
Or third edition.
Yes, and I think that it is a progression, and it does all kind of fit together.
And I think that the campus has developed as the community needs have changed, and that's what its purpose is.
Yeah.
I think that us potentially dictating or implying a change in character for such a community node may be divergent to what I feel like we should be directing.
All I've heard is something born in 1959 is old and historic. It's on the verge of hurtful and mean.
Are you thinking something more than
With the right amount of scotch, yeah.
Comments or conversation?
I would like when they come back to have some more detail or more information regarding saving the wood doors. I think that is an iconic piece of this portion of the development, the structure. And I think it is well worth and well deserved of some further investigation on how it can be utilized and saved.
I think that definitely needs to be a piece of the motion of continuance, the light fixtures and the front wood doors.
I think it sounds like there is the making of a motion.
I'll give it a try. I move to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. Construction for non-residential buildings standards. Let's see. Massing and complexity of form 7.7. Doors and windows 7.14. Directional expression 7.10. Context 7.3. Anything else?
6.2.
Is that? Yeah, we're in commercial.
That's what's item.
Yeah, additions 7.17.
Do you want to get specific?
Materials 7.16. Specifically, we'd ask the applicant to restudy the door replacement, the light fixture replacement, the door on the front door of the proposed building expansion, the light fixture replacement, restudy the front-facing right-angled opening on the proposed addition, and the connector between the existing school building and the proposed addition.
Friendly, yeah, the wall,
And I'm sorry, what was the one?
the removal of the wall.
The what wall?
Removal.
Oh, and the removal and to restudy the removal of the west wall of the existing building.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Allred, any discussion? Okay,
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to continue approve passes 10-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be in touch. All right. Would we like to take a break?
All right.
Okay, 10 minutes. Come back at 11 minutes, 5:20. Great. Hi, and welcome back. This is the July 8th Historic District Commission meeting. We are resuming with agenda item number 8, 717 Walnut Avenue. I believe Shelley. Hi, Shelley. Hi, Shelley, come off mute too, please. And have you been sworn in?
I have not. Sorry, I couldn't get on earlier today when you guys were doing that.
You were, yes?
No, I was not.
You were not. Okay.
Please raise your right hand and say I do to the following statement. Question: do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. This next application is for a rear addition and accessory building. It is located mid-block on Walnut Avenue. The yard slopes up just slightly in the back. And there are Zotwell surveys on slide 7, house images on slide 8 and 9. And the site plan starts on slide 10. And Shelley, I'll start you here with the site plan. And if you want to go anywhere else, you let me know. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
It's Shelley Hughes. I live at 7421 Coors Drive, Arvada, Colorado, 80005.
Right.
Okay. One note, I don't know if it matters. I noticed in your staff notes that you said this house was built in 1928, but I saw that it was built in 1936 on GIS, unless you have some information I don't. So I don't know if that needs to be corrected on your info or not. Okay, so there are really like 4 parts to this project, and I'll just kind of high level tell you what those are, and then we'll kind of go into detail on each one. I do realize part of this project could fall under staff approval. So if we need to kind of push those discussions to the side and let staff look at those, just tell me where you want me to stop talking on those. But we'll start with the house. The first part of the scope here is in addition to the house, we want to do an addition at the rear and a new second floor, which includes an increase in height request. The second part of the project is a detached shed and cabana space along with a pool and patio. And then the last request is some new retaining walls at the rear of the yard to level it out for a play area with the remaining yard that's left. I guess to start with the house, it's important to note that like we really aren't modifying much of the original structure in a 2013 addition that was done at the rear. I have a couple minor modifications to the rear part of that addition. But most of this project is just the rear porch addition and the new second floor, which we have pushed as far to the rear as possible in order to accommodate all the spaces that this client needs. I did meet with staff on this during design and got some feedback, and we don't have to go into this right now, but we went through several different roof studies, which are at the end of the whole set on a page that's labeled options that we can go into later if you have questions about why we landed on this roof shape. But basically to start, we first had to figure out a good place on the first floor to put a stair to get to the second floor, and that happened to stack right over top of an existing stair that was going down to the basement, kind of in the middle of the house. And that's where we needed to come up and have the most height in order to meet codes. So we've added this new side-facing gable, which you can see in that center cross-section of the site there, and a shed dormer behind that, and then a gable behind that that's over top of that new screened porch with a bedroom tucked inside of that, facing the rear. From the front, you can see where we've added this height. It's 3 feet above the current front gable, is about 44 feet plus or minus back from the front of the porch roof. And we've pushed it back as far as we felt was possible in order to keep this addition towards the rear and away from the street. And we also laid the roof back away from the street so that that additional height is not as noticeable. We've had several projects similar to this approved in the past for some additional height. I actually have a couple of case studies in this document that we can look at later on of others that were approved with similar height additions in the same manner. So there is a precedent on Walnut for additions like this with a cross gable in order to gain some of that additional height. if you'll zoom in on the street elevation there, you can see I've overlaid like where the added height is in relation to the structures on either side. And we felt like this additional 3 height is kind of an average between the taller structure that's on the left side and the shorter structure that's on the right side. And then we have a couple taller structures that are also across the street that are just above this image that you can't quite see right here. Just to kind of give you a little bit of the math on that. So we have currently a ridge that's at 696.1 feet. So that would raise it to 699.1 feet. And the neighboring properties have an average of about 3 feet higher than this. So we feel like we're still coming underneath what the average is for the houses that are on this side of the street and across the street. Let's see, I'm sorry, I lost my place here. So currently it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. It's all the rooms are on the first floor, and the second floor is an unfinished attic space that doesn't have height to add a second floor. So we need this additional height in order to add spaces on the second floor. And the reason we're not adding them at the first floor is because this client would also like the shed and the pool additions at the back, which start to max out the site calculations. So the only way to add more space to the house is to go up instead of out, and allow us that space in the backyard to do these other activities that they would like to do back there. It's a growing young family. They have 2 kids currently. They both work from home occasionally and need office spaces too. So we're trying to increase this to a 5-bed, 3.5-bath house. And we were able to fit 3 bedrooms and an office and a bonus room on the second floor, which you can see on some of the floor plans later in the set. And basically where these 2 double windows are in that cross gable on the driveway side or in a bonus room, the 3 that are in that shed roof to the left are one of the bedrooms. And then we have an almost identical situation on the opposite side. The only difference on the opposite side is that the 2 twin windows in the gable are separated a little bit because we have a wall between them. One of those windows is in the stairwell for daylight, the other is in the office. And then a similar shed dormer and windows for a bedroom behind that as well. The additional bedroom that we have up here is over top of that new screen porch facing the rear, tucked all inside the roof with a gable window on the rear. At the first floor, we're not adding any heated space. We're just adding that screen porch, which may or may not get screened right now, but we wanted to go ahead and ask for screening, but that may be done in a future phase. And we've done a simple 8x8 column here that matches base and cap details similar to what's on the front porch, as well as the double band that we have going across the header of the porch there. We plan to match siding and trim details all the way around. So it'll be a German style siding with wood corner boards, and then we'll match the window trim details and profiles as to what is there. They have 6/1 windows currently. In order to keep the second floor windows reading secondary to the first floor, we've made these as small as possible, but still meeting egress. I think we'll be able to have double hung windows in several areas, but there's going to be a few areas where we need to have casements that look like double hungs to meet that egress code. And we can work with staff on those details as needed to make sure we get that where you want that. Inside of the porch, we do have a fireplace that's just going to be a framed out gas insert. It won't have a chimney. We're just going to do a direct vent out of the side. That side of the property is all kind of a utility space and some plantings. One thing we are doing is moving the AC unit, which was behind the house, to this side here, and it will be enclosed in a little fenced courtyard that matches the rest of the fencing that's already on the property. We did originally have the siding around this fireplace on this side as the German siding to match the rest of the house, but after meeting with staff, they asked if we could change that to a different material to differentiate it. And because it's newer and it's an insert, it's not like a typical fireplace, but we're open to suggestions there. If you don't like what we've shown on the pattern of the material there, we just did sort of a gridded, smooth panel with wood strips on it to create a grid pattern there. Our vent for the fireplace there will not go all the way up to the roof. It'll have to be down a little bit to meet codes. It can't go all the way up to the eave, but we want it high enough nobody's going to burn themselves on it, so we don't want it low either. We can also look at some options to just take a vent up through the roof if you don't like the vent coming out of that side there. So let's look at the side elevations again a little closer here. So one thing that we did to just try to keep the scale and massing and the architecture kind of simple here was we have these two existing side gables on each side of the house that are smaller, and we use those to kind of extend off of and kind of play off of to create our new gables. And then that keeps it looking simple from the front of the house. And then our shed dormer, where the roof flattens out, is behind that so that it's not visible from the street. Probably a better way to see this will be in our 3D images, which I'll get to in a second. Stay right here for a moment though. So one of the changes we're making on the first floor of the existing house is this new double door on the side of the driveway side. There's currently a little niche there with 2 double windows in it. And we want to swap those out to doors, not changing the size of the opening or the height of it or anything like that. We're just changing it to doors, taking it all the way down to the floor level. And then we're adding a stoop there that will be brick and concrete with a handrail on the left rear side of that and waterfall step towards the front. And part of this, we want to extend the roof that's above over top of the kitchen window just a little bit further over top of the stoop on a wood bracket at the back edge to protect this door a little bit and give them some cover coming in and out at the side there. I did see in the staff comments that there was a question about whether or not there's enough room between these steps and the driveway width to allow for a car to pull in there. Currently, it's about 12 feet off of the furthest projection on this side of the house, maybe a little bit more, but it's a gravel drive, and we do have additional space over to the property line that we could extend the gravel further if we needed to. But the step really isn't coming out much further than the furthest bump out on this side of the house. So we don't feel there's going to be any problem with a car in the current driveway width that's there now. That might take it down to 11 feet, maybe 10 and a half, but the clients didn't feel they'd be pulling this far back anyway to park. They were probably stopping just at the front edge of that. That current gravel goes right back to the edge of the 2013 edition there, and there is currently a fence and a gate there. We may have to remove that fence and gate during construction in order to get access for construction equipment, but we plan to put it back exactly like it is. We may relocate the gate just slightly, but it'll be the same detailing that was there previously. And then the shed and the pool and everything is hidden behind that. Even the porch addition is behind that. So let's go down to the next slide. Yes, that shows the details of our windows and doors. We plan to match the width of the moles between the ganged windows as well as the trim and the 6/1 light detail, whether it's a double hung or a casement that looks like a double hung. And some of these details are for the shed, which we'll get to in a minute, but we're keeping those all as wood windows and doors too there. Yeah, let's go to the 3D images. I think that helps the most. So these top 2 images, we had our pool contractor was already doing a 3D model of the pool for the client. So we had them go ahead and model the house for you so you could see this additional height on this new roof and how it's really not a huge impact to the visual look of the house. It's very similar to others in the neighborhood. And in fact, if you go back and look at our first page that had the Zotwell Street elevations and the other houses that are on this block, most of them have side-facing gables. This is one of the few that does not. So we felt like this actually makes it tie in a little bit better with some of the other neighboring properties. And it is pretty far back from the front of the house. Like I said, it's more than 44 feet back from the front porch gable. So it's pretty far back and it's leaning away from the street. So we feel like this was the most reasonable solution here in order to gain that additional height. And then our new gable that's on the back of the house that is for one of the new bedrooms will drop down 6 inches below this new gable. So it'll be a little bit shorter. Hopefully these images help you kind of see it. We don't know exactly colors yet. The house is already sort of a dark gray color. The client will probably stay in that family range or maybe even go a little bit darker. So please only look at these as purely a scale and massing standpoint, not the actual materials or the landscaping that we haven't determined yet. We are working with a pool contractor, Tideline Pools and Patio. And when we get to the pool specs on this, which will probably fall under staff review, I'm assuming, those details we'll submit later on like what the materials are and things like that. They're nailing down those specifics now with the pool contractor. This pool contractor has worked in the historic district before though and knows what you guys expect and want to see with the materials. They will also be responsible for installing the retaining wall that will be at the back. From the back of the house to the back of the lot, this slopes up about 4 feet. And with what remaining yard is left, the client would like to level that out somewhat so that we can have a space for their kids to play in the back. And so we don't want to tear out the existing fences that are there on the property now because they just put those in a few years ago. And we want to bring these retaining walls in a few feet in front of those fences on both the rear and the sides. One, to allow space for us to install those without ripping the fences out, but also to create some planting beds around those as well to soften it. We imagine that those are probably going to be a CMU wall with a brick veneer and probably a concrete cap, because that's what we have on the front of the house at the very front porch. That's historic, is we have these low brick walls that are below the columns all the way around the front porch. So we'll probably carry that aesthetic around to the back here too. But we will confirm those materials with staff once we finalize that with the pool installer on that, as well as the patio materials. So the second part of this project was actually I kind of skipped ahead to the retaining wall, is this shed cabana space. It's roughly the size of a one-car garage. It's about 16 feet wide, about 27 feet deep. And the front half of it facing the driveway will have a carriage style double door on the front for getting things in and out of the shed. On the property side of it, it will have a little niche for the pool equipment to be hidden. And then on the pool side, we have one window out of the storage shed facing the pool, so we didn't have a blank wall there. And then we have 2 sets of large folding doors that open up the back corner, so that it kind of relates to the back lawn area where the kids are playing. And that will be kind of a cabana speakeasy space that will supplement the pool there. Where the pool equipment is going, we originally had a roof over this when we were early in design and met with staff on this. After talking with the pool contractor, they felt like there might be a fire hazard there. There could be some heat buildup from this equipment. So we removed the roof, but we left the rafters so they can maybe grow some vines or something over this. But from the front, there's a wall there. It looks like a simple gable structure. No one will be able to see that except the neighbor on the side. So we've kept the height on this maybe a little bit taller than what some other garages might be, because the client wants to have some storage space up in the eaves and attic of this space. And we did include a little gable vent at each end that's similar to a vent that's already on the house, and matching that detail. Here, the client has 2 options. Either they plan to match the German siding and corner boards that are on the house, or they might switch on this structure only to a Hardy Artisan or Savannah Nichiha siding, unless you guys have a preference on what you want to see here. We felt like because it was a detached structure, not part of the house, maybe we could switch to a different material here that's a little bit lower maintenance than wood would be. But we're open to whatever you would approve on that. Both the gables and the shed have little wood brackets at the eaves that match brackets that are already on the house as well. The house has open rafter tails. We'll be matching that on both structures. And then the pool, like I said, we're still kind of working out the details on that. One thing I will note is this will max out the site for this property. Like we're maxing out the 50% rear yard coverage. We may be able to reduce that slightly when we pick our pool materials, if we end up going with something that has a permeable option on it. But right now we've calculated it as if pavers will not be permeable, and this will max out everything we can do on this site. So the clients are seeing this as a long-term investment. They don't want to leave. They like this neighborhood and they plan on staying for a very long time. They're a young family. They have 2 kids, as I mentioned before, probably planning for future ones as well. And they just really want to improve this so that they can live here long-term and be able to entertain and have family activities in the backyard around this pool.
Thanks, Shelley. I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, and we don't have any callers, so are you okay if we open it up for commission questions?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Hi, Shelley. It's Commissioner Wojcik. How are you?
Hi.
Can I ask you about the leveling of the backyard?
Yes.
So are the retaining walls, like which side's high and which side's low? And like, can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, on that image, the far left retaining wall is the highest, all the way to the back. So that's the highest one. That may be about 48 inches. We're gonna have to verify that on site, but based on our measurements, we think that'll be about 48 inches. But then we're gonna step it down. We're gonna create like a 3-foot planting bed there and step it down to a lower retaining wall that may only be like 36 to 40 inches. And then the side ones will step down gradually every few feet until we get down to 16 inches. There's one little retaining wall there behind the pool that is going to turn and wrap around the back of the pool so that we can have some fountains coming out of that wall into the pool. That'll be 16 inches. And that also creates a little seating ledge for people hanging out in the yard back here too.
Okay. That helps. Thank you.
And it doesn't go, sorry, it doesn't go quite property line to property line either. Their fence is actually sitting quite far in on the left side from where the actual property line is. So it's in all the way to the 5-foot setback almost. On that side, it's a little bit closer.
I have a question about kind of administrative question. Can the retaining walls and the patio materials be staff?
Yeah, any site changes on this can be staff approved. The commission is just primarily looking at the addition of the house and the new accessory structure, given that it's in full view of the street.
Yeah, we wanted to submit it all together so that you had a full picture of everything, but we realized some of this falls under staff review, and it's fine if you want to separate that out.
I'm glad you mentioned the calculations that you've done on the backyard, on the permeability. The one thing I had a question about is that I thought the permeability was from the historic rear thermal wall. And I want to make sure you did it from that, not from the rear wall of the 2013 edition.
Yeah, if you go back to the site plan on the first page of our set, I'm not sure what slide number that is, but it's back near the top.
Okay.
That shows the line of where the 2013 edition started.
Right.
There's a dashed line there, and we calculated everything from that point back.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
I have two other questions for you. Did you see the note about the coplanar dormers from the staff?
I did. I meant to talk about that. So yes, they are coplanar, but part of that reason is because the 2013 edition, so much later, we felt like maybe we could align the walls there from a structural standpoint. But the gable wall on this side actually steps back away from the historic walls. It's about 10 or 12 inches back. But the shed dormer wall does align with the 2013 edition. And that 2013 edition, you can see my dimensions down below the house there on that elevation where that starts. It's just at the back of the kitchen wall where that new door is. So the kitchen wall is actually sitting, you might need to look at the floor plan, but the kitchen wall sits out a little. Then you go back into that little niche where the new door is, and then the 2013 edition sets back in a little bit different from it's not in the same plane with the kitchen wall.
Okay. And so then the wall under the shed dormer aligns with the wall of the new gable dormer?
Yes.
Okay.
And then on the other side of the house, it does step in over there a little bit. It lines with the historic house, but you have this little bump out on the side where there's a bathroom that sticks out further. So from the front of the house, these do actually step back and don't look coplanar from the front. It's only from the rear that they look coplanar.
Okay. That's helpful. And this was just back to the little new doors, new French doors. Did you consider divided lights there or?
We just felt there's a current door that's on the back of the house that was a sliding door. It had no divisions in it. And so we just decided to keep it nice and clean and full glass. And inside of the porch, where that was, we're actually shifting that over, and then we're changing it from a sliding door to a double door, just like the one that's on the side. Yeah, so 6B there is the one that's inside the back porch.
Got it.
If you would like divisions, we can absolutely add them. The only other door on the house is the front door, which is unique and different anyway. So And the front door is historic.
I knew you'd have a good reason for not doing the divided lights. I just wondered.
Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm, did you say that you thought you did coplanar because it was on the new addition? So,
Yeah, most of that, the shed dormers are sitting over top of the later addition from 2013. So we have a little bit of this cross gable walls that are sitting over the historic walls. But I felt like because we have the little bump out gables that are existing on the side near the front of the house on both sides, it still reads like it's not coplanar.
yeah, I don't know if that is, if we differentiate between new addition and historic for the coplanar.
Okay.
So that'll
And
probably
the other
come-
thing I did was kept an eave line here too between the first and second floor to separate earlier additions and historic from the new. I try to help you guys out visually. I try to shade out the areas that we haven't touched so that you can clearly see like where these additions are.
Any other questions or comments?
And if you look at the last one, next to the last page in the set, it's labeled options. You can see some of the options that we threw out and why this one's better.
Any other questions or comments before we close?
I just want to confirm that the top of the ridge of the shed is even with the top of ridge of the original house. And is does that count as, you know, how sheds are supposed to be, or accessory buildings are supposed to be subservient? It's like the exact same height. Looks like.
I don't think so, because the original house was 20.
Well, I think it's from grade. Like, so from grade, top of ridge of the original house, 696.1. And then,
Sorry, I don't have the elevation on that one, but we can kind of work backwards. So we're adding 3 feet to the original height of the house, and then this is 5'2" lower. So we're actually 2 feet lower than the original ridge.
okay.
Page 11, I think it shows it. It says the shed is 17 feet and the front porch, which looks like it's close to the same grade, is 19 and a half feet.
There's, so it says that, but then there's another, okay, hold on, I gotta find it now.
Oh. 21.
I don't know if it's
7
because
minus 3 is.
Oh,
Because grade steps up.
yes.
Mhm.
So I just wanna like, we need to make sure that it's not, that it is going to in fact be lower.
If you scroll to the bottom of that page and look at the front elevation, you can see it on my front elevation. So it is lower than the original.
Okay.
It looks close, yeah.
If we need to bring it down some, I can.
So on page 15, it has top of ridge, front cabana, 696.1. And then page 13, top of ridge of the original, the top one. Is 696.1. So I think it's close. I think we just need to make sure that it's graded such that it's below, it sits below.
Like we had, I think at the front of the house, we had 3 or 4 steps down to grade. At the side entry, we have 3 steps down to grade. At the rear, we don't have any steps down to grade. I think it might be 1 step, if any. And then we're gonna level out from there.
Round goes up.
Specific direction, we can handle that.
I just wanted to point that out.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that's too close, we can pull the height of that down. I don't want that to hold up the project.
Well, the ADU, you guys can deal with the accessory structure, right?
You, since it's visible, it's before the commission, but with specific direction, we can work with them. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, any other questions before we close? All right, we will close for deliberation. One of the things I heard was the coplanar.
Yep.
I didn't hear much else.
Looking at the floor plans and looking at the two side gables from the original house, it appears to me that even if they are coplanar with the addition, they're not coplanar with the existing walls of the house.
Yeah, but I don't.
Which is kind of confusing, but.
I think the second floor and the first floor are not supposed to be on the same plane.
Yeah.
It's really more this part right here, right? The fact that these create a two-story wall. And we would never do this on an addition, whether or not, like, say she was presenting the full first floor and the second floor, we would still require this to be stepped in so that this reads as a dormer and not a two-story wall. And we do it all the time on staff reviews and the commission does it.
So just,
I mean, you can step it in like 6 inches and it covers it.
Not step in from the rear and the side, or just.
Just the, really just
You just had the rear.
just the rear. Yeah. We can,
those would be the side walls.
yeah, so step the sidewall, yeah.
Step the
Basically,
sidewalls.
yeah, stepping them in, yes, yes. Kind of.
Okay, so coplanar walls,
And then the height of
the
the shed in comparison to the historic house.
Yeah.
I have one thing I can add if you can reopen.
Well, Shelley, we're closed.
I know.
Anything else?
Nothing on my list.
Anyone want to try a motion?
So can we be a little more clear on the dormer step back?
Yes.
So on page 14, 1B. So the sides of the structure that go straight down need to be set in. Not the elevation we were looking at when we were having a discussion,
Both.
which is the
Both.
side elevation.
Both.
Okay, both.
Both.
So that they're dormers, not two-story walls.
This,
Dormer is.
Our
I
definition
got
is
you,
different
Commissioner
than
Allred. Just talk to me in October.
so step both rear walls and side walls of shed dormer in 6 inches.
Yes.
Do we need to see that again or?
No.
Okay.
We can do that with that specific. The only other thing I would ask be specific is the difference between the original height and the accessory height. You know, do you want that to be a foot? Do you want that to be 6 inches? Just give us a dimension and we can check the box. You can say it needs to be a minimum of 8 inches, it needs to be a minimum of 12 inches, and then as long as they meet that minimum, staff can sign off.
Okay. Anybody care what the number is?
I think it needs to be at least 20 inches or it's,
Okay.
it's, I mean, personally.
Sure.
Okay, I move. Okay.
Door steps on here. Oh, yeah. For all of this.
We talked about them, but I don't know if you the person historic instead of being kind of industrial, like they look for. Yes. We need specifications, any for a water sample, we got a downspout. Okay, great. Driveway dimensions. And then the comments were a substantial foundation for the accessory building. Give us some specifications.
We didn't discuss the foundation for the accessory building. Does anybody have any?
Yeah, staff can do it. When they review the height.
Okay.
Basically, it just means that there's a difference between the foundation material and the wall
Yes.
material. And typically, there's, 12 inches, 9 inches, just so that it doesn't look like the siding sitting on the ground.
It looks like in the drawings, there's maybe 6 inches there, but if anybody has an actual dimension.
You can direct staff to do it consistent with past accessory building approvals.
Yeah, this would be hard. Okay, I move that we approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the Wesley Heights District as described in Chapter 3 of Design Standards and is consistent with the Secretary of Interior Standards for historic rehabilitation with some conditions. Referencing standards 620 through 624 for additions, numbers 1
1 through 6,
1
or 1 through 8, not 7, 1 through 6 and 8.
1 through 6.
1 through 6. And
I-
then number.
Oh, yeah, 1 through 6 and 8, okay. And we'll go through the house first. And let's see. With the sorry,
You can
I'm
probably,
being really slow on
you
this.
can say this. Set in from the first floor walls, a minimum of 6 inches, the addition, and then it hits these standards.
What page you on? Oh, my gosh.
I think it's page 2.
Okay. The dormers, the proposed dormers are coplanar. The dormers should be set in a minimum of 6 inches on both the rear elevation and the side elevation, the shed dormers per design standards 6 for size, 6.5, 6.6 massing, 6.7 and scale 6.10. Provide window and door specifications that meet HDC standards. Provide brick and mortar sample, provide information about gutter and downspout material and location. And
Driveway dimensions.
driveway dimensions noted on the plans. And then for the accessory building, because it's not incongruous with 8.10, 2 and 3, clearly secondary with the condition that the detached shed is a minimum of 12 inches below the existing main house ridge. And staff can approve the foundation height based on past HDC approvals and also patio materials, retaining walls, and other site improvements can be staff approved. I hit everything.
Yeah.
And then window and door specifications too
We
for
did
the
those.
shed.
Oh, for the shed.
Yeah.
Windows and doors for the shed.
Provide window and door specifications that meet HDC standards, and minor changes may be approved by staff.
I second.
Oh, and, sorry, the wood carriage door style and all materials and details noted as wood to match the primary structure.
Yep.
That's, I think I got it.
I think you got it. Okay, I second.
Any discussion? Okay. Well, that,
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes. Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Shelley. We'll follow up as usual. Our next application is 609 South Summit Avenue. Angie, come on back. Just for anybody joining us in the room and at home, it is 6 o'clock. Chair Bell, where would you like us to end them, to notify applicants that we will be ending the meeting? Can we make it through case number 11?
I don't know. Can we make it through case number 11?
I think we can. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we will, any cases 12, 13, and 15 will be heard at the beginning of next month's meeting. So, welcome back. This application is for a rear addition with a height increase. It is also mid-block. This one is also in Wesley Heights, but it is on South Summit Avenue. The applicant has provided photos of the existing structure on slide 7. Photos of the grade difference. The grade drops back away from the property on slide 8. Context on slide 9, and the site plan starts on slide 10. Angie, I'll start you here. And if you would state your name, turn on the mic, and state your name and your address for the court reporter. And Pratibha, if you Arti, sorry. I'm so sorry. Arti, if you would also state your name and address.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Arti Padari.
Spell it, please.
Spell, yeah, all of it.
ARATIPODILI. And the address is 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, NC 28208.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208.
And RT, great, just talk louder.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. It's first time presenting.
It's great.
Got to break them in.
It's great.
Okay, thank you very much. So before you, you have 609 South Summit. It's a 1925 bungalow. It is a craftsman style. It is probably one of the largest lots I've seen. So there's a pretty good depth on this particular property, as you can see on slide 10. Slide 10. And so we have done a rear addition. This rear addition to meet the standards per 620, 6.20 to 6.24, creating a rear addition on the back that is no, well, it's not taller, but no wider. And it is set back 67 feet, I believe 63 feet from the front of the house. The addition is set in 6 inches from the original walls, and the dormer on the rear is also set in an additional 4 inches so that they are not coplanar walls. We are keeping the boxing the same, and the reason we're keeping the boxing the same on the addition is so that you don't have like a 3-inch delta in the roof. It makes it a nightmare. So it is, the roof boxing is continuous, but the walls do step in. There is a dormer on the upper level. It is set in from the back of house. If you can go to slide elevations. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, slide 11. So slide 11, as you can see, the rear addition is set back. So that you have, the proposed addition is 45 feet, the existing house footprint is 46 feet, but we're just extending the existing gable to the side intersecting gables on the back. This house is a little bit interesting. The only way to get to the basement is from the exterior of this house. So laundry is out and down and around. So on the right-hand side, we are proposing a new basement door to get into the foundation and the basement of the original house. So we're only creating a small passage into the new addition, paper south, and then we're keeping the original windows in the basement. So nothing on the original house is changing, but we are adding a basement door with railing so that you don't fall over in grade. But those basement stairs actually enter from the rear going towards the front of the house. The rear addition on the left-hand side, excuse me, there was a comment about the dormer not where Christy's pointing, there's a column on the back porch. Again, you can see it is not coplanar with the wall, but there is a wall internally. So this column is so that there's a little bit more visibility into the rear yard from the back addition that we're creating. So if you can go to the rear elevation, please. Slide 16. So you can see that the dormers are set in and that the dormer goes all the way across, but there is a room where window C is, which is a back room. That wall steps in floor plan. So there is an intentional offset internally to get a little bit more deck space and outdoor living space. The materials are to be lap siding to match the original, and we have photographs of all the siding in the documentation. The roof materials deck on the
Angie, do you want to show that in plan?
Sure.
So right here.
Can you bring it down, please?
Yeah.
So this line right here, this dotted line on slide 19 is the room above. There is a column at the very top, but this line is where the load bearing point is. But in order to not exceed go into the backyard too much and only have roughly about 11 feet or so on this open deck, therefore, this is the area, it's about 3'10" that we're talking about as far as the dormer cantilevering into the space. There is that where Christy is pointing with the cursor on the paper north side, there's a column. And rather than close that in with a solid wall, we've left that open so that when you're standing in this new family room, and there's a TV located in the upper corner based on how we're arranging this room, but that's the reason for what looks like a void, but the column is there to support the wall and there's a beam in the ceiling there. Let me just double check. The dormer's upper level, the addition is 4-inch offset. The height increase being so far back is a 37-inch increase from the main house, but being, again, so far back from the front that we felt that it could certainly merit that increase in height. We did provide in the supplement some examples of other projects that are similar in nature that have been approved, if you can pull up the supplemental information. So there's 3 examples.
This is slide 25 of the supplement.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Slide 25 and 26, where you can see the additions are set back, not interfering with the original house. So these are just some examples that we have found. This is 600 South Summit. They're within, a stone throw away. The materials, we will coordinate with staff as far as any miscellaneous materials, but as of right now, it's all materials to match door and window specs. We'd like to spec Geldwin, although we'll work with staff on the materials. The beam column details, we have a typical detail that we provide. We'll again work with staff on the 1 or 2 columns that are in the back. The eave details, brick samples, we'll work with Candace. Gutters and downspouts, we just need to coordinate with the addition on the gutters and downspouts, but really that's about it as far as similar projects, similar results, similar situations. I think that's it.
Any callers? Last one.
We have Kevin. I don't recognize him.
He is an owner?
Of this, him and Laura, then him and Laura.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Laura. Do you have any comments you'd wish to share? And if so, let me know if you've been sworn in. Take that as a no. Oh,
No, we're good. We're good. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, any comments or questions?
Hey, Angie, I had a couple of questions. My first was on the right elevation, that basement stair access. Could you just go over that another time for us?
Sure. If you can go to the floor, the foundation plan / floor plan.
Sure.
Thank you.
Slide 18.
Yes,
There we go.
slide 18. Go to the original basement plan. So currently, you walk outside, you go down a few steps, and then you go down again, and you get into the basement, and their laundry is right here. So in the new foundation plan, this is crawl space with a crawl space access, which is on slide 18. This is the stairs coming down, and then you get into this basement. There is also an internal stair now, so they can get downstairs as well. But we didn't want to disturb any of there's original windows in the basement on the back of the house. There's 1, 2, 3, and a door. We wanted to maintain that. And in order to do that, the new retaining foundation wall moves over. You go down a few steps. Because of the grade change, there's only like 6 or 7 steps. There'll be a drain at the bottom of this landing, and then you go into the basement. So it's not visible from the street except for the railing that is there because you'll fall in.
Gotcha. So the existing, the door and window that you said that you wanted to maintain, that's going to be all covered up by
It
the.
will, but I don't want to, yes. Can you go to photos?
Here's rear elevation.
There we
And
go.
it shows these are gonna stay.
In the basement access to this. So if you can go to photos, please. We have a good number of photos on the back of the house. So at some point, somebody put these in, they're upper sash, vertical muttons. And they're in the original basement. And there's 1, 2, 3 windows. There's also windows on the side. But this door, there's another photo. Here you go. So you go down there's deck and then down a few more steps. And then you get into the basement to do laundry. It's external. God bless Laura and Kevin for going outside to do their laundry, but so it's a slight change, but we didn't want to lose the light. And even though I know it's not, we didn't want to lose the windows, I don't want to capture the walls, and so we're leaving them.
Okay, thank you. And then I had, what's my other question was, okay, going back to that rear wall offset where we've got yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Is there, I think I understand it, but if you could just go over that one more time for me, please.
If we were to fill this in and extend this wall, there wouldn't be an issue. But there's two different exterior walls. There's one here, and then behind it, there's another one back here. So in plan. So go to slide 19, please.
So this is the wall that this right here
Is what you see
is what you see.
through that column,
Where'd it go?
through that post.
Understood. So
Is
yeah,
this.
so that's a void,
This is
and
a
then,
void.
yeah, the thermal wall pops back out.
And
Yeah.
and there's the, the trim piece here, and then the beam for the porch here. And then the roof lines here, and then this.
So dormer is not co-planar with the wall below, it's set in. If I were to move this over, it almost like darkens the inside space of this deck. And so I can talk to Laura and Kevin to see if they would want to fill this in, and then that would not have been an issue. But we felt like we needed a little bit more daylight on the deck.
Is there a possibility that you could just extend the living room and extend the deck back so you don't have that little inset?
You have a really deep lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
you've got the room.
we could, just go back a few more feet. I think we wanted some of that kind of delineation back
A little-
there, because we have a grilling deck that's and it's down, which is not covered. And then you have the deck. I think it was just to not make it overwhelming, but can
We
certainly.
can't design it, but we can
Yeah.
point
Yeah.
out
Yeah.
the areas.
Yeah, there's a complexity to
Yeah.
that, that maybe could be
I mean,
looked at.
if we filled in the wall, it would be, similar to what it would look like if it was pulled
Mhm.
out. So,
It is at the back of the house in the private realm, so it's.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, but we also do
I was gonna say, it does,
appropriate building science.
Yeah.
That's functional. I mean, there's no building science of that's incorrect.
Historically, you wouldn't have built it like that.
the massing is not
Massing
right.
wise.
It's too heavy on the top. Angie, you could just tell them it'll help with the TV glare.
so
Brilliant.
just another point, there's also a fence there at the end of the driveway that we're not moving. So, you're not gonna see it, but,
I'll just say this will be a first for the commission to approve this
type of overhang.
type of corner. Mhm.
So if,
Not necessarily,
What?
not necessarily.
Well,
At the end of Woodruff Place and Layla Court, there's the exact similar situation.
okay, first since I've been here.
It's currently under construction, so I don't know how long ago it was approved.
Don't know. We can look into that.
well, I will say, if we're gonna talk about that, so one of the projects that was approved in that supplement has a very, very, very similar condition. So if you go to the supplement page, please. The second, yeah, it's the second project right here.
Hmm.
Ta-da. No. It's right there.
Okay.
So it's not an uncommon detail, but it is,
Still looking at the rear elevation, I do have a quick question about the doors. Those doors onto the back porch seem like they're very far over to the edge. It may just be because we're looking at it in flat and I've got the column in between. The column is blocked, but just looking really tight on that inside.
no, in the floor plan, you could see that it's properly spaced for trim and whatnot. It's the T. Again, slide 19. Turn on.
Okay, I'm just seeing it through the columns and it.
Correct.
That-
All right, y'all. We got 2 more cases to do.
Yeah. Any other? Okay, we'll close. Sounds like the conversations were around the roof structure.
I don't know.
I think that was
That's kind
pretty much it, right?
Anybody else had them?
Is there any more discussion needed on that? I mean, it sounds like,
If you give staff direction, we can work with them.
kind of like Commissioner Allred threw a wrench in Christie's,
Yeah.
so it doesn't count.
I mean,
It's not saying it didn't happen. I can't remember everything.
So
Or are we gonna get another after the fact?
Dilworth Animal Hospital that we're all so proud of with the glass enclosure, that was a first for that, I believe.
It was. We like that glass enclosure.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I
but that's
mean,
a glass
I would
enclosure.
reference directly back to massing and the whole reason why we have smaller windows on the second floor than we do on the first floor is that you don't want the second floor to feel heavier than the first. If you have negative space below a mass above, that is not,
It's not the letter of the law. It's a suggestion.
or yeah, are you an architect? It is the letter of the law when you design that stuff. Yeah. Yes.
There's cantilever, as an architect that I'm not, there's cantilevers all over this country.
Yes, I do know that.
Over this country. So don't tell me that you gotta do that, that's improper.
Do it, but it is not historically correct.
It's crazy.
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. Not for that style of house.
In a box and never get out.
Oh, because I totally do that.
You know that, yes.
okay.
Okay.
So
We're close. So, I feel like there's a motion that's made and everybody gets a vote.
Yeah, I'll throw one
Okay.
out there. I think it will, everybody can
Thank you.
opine based on that. We could take it from there. I move to continue this application because the proposed project's incongruous with the following standards. 6.8, massing and complexity of form.
Did he say?
Applicant
Oh.
to work with, actually, well, if we're continuing, staff notes indicate that the applicant does need to provide door specifications that meet HDC standards, window, door trim details, beam and column detail, railing detail, eave detail, brick and mortar sample, and the applicant indicated there will be gutters and downspouts, so we would require locations, details, and materials.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz, any discussion? Okay,
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
No, Wojcik, no.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, no.
Taylor, no.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, no.
gee, hold on,
Baby.
huh? What is that?
Is that 3 now?
I think it's 5-4. Did you vote?
Oh. Oh, no, I didn't vote. So I would say no, which means it's 5-5. So now what?
Motion fails.
Okay.
Okay.
You wanna-
Now we need another motion.
Well, isn't it still gonna be 5-5?
Well, no,
Not necessarily, depending on the motion.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
Misty said number 11.
I'll give it another try.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. I move to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5. In that,
With conditions.
the approval rests on the following conditions. Applicant to restudy left elevation dormer wall, porch roof, and work with staff. And supply material and detail, specifically door specifications that meet HDC standards, window and door trim details, beam column detail, railing detail, eave detail, brick mortar sample, and gutter and downspout locations, details, materials, period.
We need more direction for staff for the left elevation.
Let's see, in terms of specifically for the condition at the left rear corner, the applicant to work with staff to potentially restudy the complexity and simplify the condition to
The vocab.
address the
Empty space.
the empty space slash void below the dormer wall.
Okay, so, you know, there's different ways to achieve that. You know, making the dormer smaller, right? Or adding,
Or extending that wall.
or extending the wall.
Extending that wall.
And those would be acceptable to the commission, those
Yes.
two choices.
Yep.
Or making the room below bigger. That was
Or,
discussed.
or the third, what?
Making the room below bigger.
Making the room below bigger. Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
Or making the room bigger. Standard.
As
Six
long, as
point
long as, oh, yes, thank you. As long as the dormer is not over open space, staff can approve.
Right.
Okay. We can do that. We can work with that.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Allred, any discussion?
Okay.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, no.
Sowash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-1.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah.
Great. Our next applicant is Angie Lauer. And our next application is 425 Rensselaer.
Yep.
And again, for anyone watching at home, the commission is hearing both numbers 10 and 11, and cases numbers 12, 13, and 15 will be heard at the beginning of the August agenda. So at 425 Rensselaer, the commission may remember this project for a garage dormer. It was an after-the-fact project, and the applicant has removed the dormer and brought it into compliance, and then sold the property. So the commission denied the dormer. It was coplanar, it was flat roof, all the things, and the commission denied it. They fixed it, sold the house to a new property owner. The new property owner has now worked with Angie and her team, and they want to install a dormer. This time going through the process the correct way and making sure the dormer meets the standards. So with that, Angie, I am on.
Say your name.
State your names and your addresses for the court reporter.
Aarti Padli, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, NC 28208.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, 28208. Okay, all right. So just a small little history, in just 2 seconds.
Sure.
So the previous client, the previous owner tore it down just as they had an offer, and the new buyer thought he was getting the dormer. So it all happened within like a 24-hour period. Dormer went out, buyer went in, no dormer. So we want to put it back to meet the standards. And so the dormer is going back. It is going to be 12 feet long, The roof pitch is to match. So everything you see on the drawings plus the supplement. So the STL windows, wood and or clad. I haven't 100% decided that yet. But what was there was a vinyl window. And I know on the drawings it said to be sash replaced. It's the whole thing is new. So there's nothing to replace. The dormer is being put back. Non-coplanar, sits in roof pitch, German lap siding,
Yes.
trim to be wood. That's it. So we're asking to put back what was torn down, but in compliance with what would have been.
There's a detailed drawing added in this, dormer detail added in the supplement with dimensions.
Can I ask a question? Angie, what material are you using on that two pitch roof?
So we are going to do an asphalt shingle with an ice and snow guard.
You can do that on a two? Okay. Well, I know when we went over this before, I think the commission there was a discussion about the amount of spacing in between those two windows because typically, I mean, it looks like they're equally spaced so that there's equal wall on either side and in between.
Yes, so before they were differently spaced, and I believe it's a two pitch. Yeah, it's a two pitch, not a one, so that's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw two. I didn't
It
say
is
that.
two, but I think.
Okay.
There was a,
There's a pitch.
on slide 11, it says one.
That was what was. It
That
is
was
actually
what
going to
was
be
there, yeah.
two. It's a two pitch. So the spacing between the windows, we can put them anywhere we want because there's no original openings anymore.
Yeah.
So if we need to gang them together or pull them apart, it just gives a little bit more wall space internally.
Sure.
But that was the
Just think
intent.
that was a pretty big discussion, if I
It,
remember.
it was before, yes.
Okay.
And was
you.
the 2 and 12 pitch approved before?
No, because the application was denied and the roof was, the whole dormer was taken off. So what they had before was, you can look at the original photos, we just made it, but it doesn't matter. It's a new.
Dormer, or the wall actually aligned with the end of the eave, so it actually was over.
It was proud of
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it was proud of the first floor wall.
Oof. Is there any way to get a little steeper pitch there?
If we lower the plate height, possibly to go with a 3. It wouldn't, you can't get a 4, it would be above the ridge yet.
It just, visually, a 3 would be better than a 2. And
So, yes, and I would agree. If you look at the photos, and I think we had some site photos right there. This is what you see now. This is what you had before. And so,
I think we have any photos of it with the dormer.
it was in the previous application. but
Yeah, and
I'm
so
not
this
gonna
is
bring that up.
separate,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a new day.
And we can also look at like casement windows too, instead of double hung. if
I
we
was
need
gonna say,
those.
would you, if we asked for a lower plate height, would you be willing to change the window size? It's not egress, so.
They are not egress windows. Yeah, we could go with a possibly like a 2.5 or 2 3/4 pitch so that the windows don't look too squatty then.
Sure.
Out of proportion. So if we can work with staff to get that small detail resolved, we can do that.
Would the commission be open to just upper sash windows too, considering the size of this dormer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
My other question is, I mean, typically we wouldn't have individual windows that close together. Would it make sense to pair them as a twin?
gang 'em.
Gang them together? I mean, I think.
It's up to you and if you give us leeway to, work with them on the sizing, we can do that.
Okay. Angie, are you open for that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As long as we can get some fenestration in there. The new buyer just wants the headroom.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions before we close? We are closed. I'll make a motion. Thank you.
Does anybody have input on upper sash windows being ganged together so that it's a twin?
Yes.
You prefer
I
them
think
to be
you probably end
separate?
up with all the space between them would then make it look wider than it needed to be. I
That-
think if you have separate windows but closer together, then proportionally, it won't look like a wide dormer with two small windows in the center.
Uh-huh. So you like that layout better?
Closer together potentially, but
Here's the deal. We don't, this meets the design standards.
Yeah,
So it
that's
doesn't
fine.
matter.
Okay.
So if you want to just, you know, let them work out final window layout and details with staff, you can do
Perfect.
that.
Okay.
Why isn't this staff anyway?
Cause it's,
See it?
is it visible from the street?
cause it's right on the front of the, this is where the garage is. It's a unique lot. And here's the front of the property line. And it's visible right here.
I think as designed, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I would like to make a motion to approve this application with a condition, as, it is not incongruous with the special character. Was it in Dilworth?
Yes.
And of the Dilworth district, as described in chapter 3, design standards consistent with Secretary of Interior standards for historic 2.5. And we're on additions, or are we in 80? There would be an addition, right?
Yes, 6.2, and then you can also set accessory structures 8.10, 8.10.
So 6.2, and accessory structures 8.10. I would ask that the applicant, come back with at least a 3 pitch for the dormer and work with staff on appropriate window sizing within that new dormer spacing.
And also provide dimensions and materials and window specifications.
Yeah. Dimensions and materials and window specifications.
There a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Sullivan, any discussion? Okay, we'll vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Sowash, yes.
Already, yes.
Bell, yes. Motion to approve the conditions passed 10-0. Go.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Angie. Angie, hang around for the next one. The next one is 2225 The Plaza, and I am handing it off to Candace Lighty.
Okay. So this project is changes to an approved project. This was a new construction. And during engineering of the project, the site was re-surveyed, and what was discovered is on slide 8, you can see the property drops 10 feet from the rear property line to the front property line. The applicant, there's going to be no changes to the main structure, all the design materials, everything stays the same. The accessory structure materials are staying the same. Design is flipping the left and the right elevations. So essentially kind of staying the same, they're just being flipped. The applicant has proposed 3 different options. Option 1, the new construction home is an accessory structure are now sitting on top of the new elevation. So the new drop in the property, which essentially makes the main structure approximately 2 feet taller than was approved by grade the first round. The options 2 and 3, the main house would stay the same, kind of being built into grade. And then the accessory structure definitely being built into grade by, on the third option, 7 feet into the grade. And on the third option 2, I think this is, I'm sorry, I forget which. have it.
Turn it over to Angie.
Yeah, I'll
We'll
just turn
find
it over to Andrew.
Yeah, no, yeah, Angie and Prathabha.
Yes.
State your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
Spell it.
And please spell your whole name for the court reporter. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have a long name, but yeah. Pratibha Subhajois, Pratibha Subbajois, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. Thank you, Candace. So this project is coming back because in the permit ready package that we needed to present, we got some final grade plans, topography. And we discovered that in order to put in what we had originally planned, which was the garage was it was flipped. So the bump, it was to the right side, and there was going to be a retaining wall along the property line on the left-hand side of the property. And putting in the door to the accessory structure above the garage within that 5 feet from the property line to the structure, there was 5-foot separation, and there was going to be a retaining wall. We went to the site, discovered that, hey, what if we flip the garage so that the garage itself becomes retaining inside, and therefore you don't have to do a retaining wall, build a sidewalk, and put the garage in retaining only on the back. So the back left corner of this garage would become retaining. Where there is also a tree in the back right corner of the property that we want to preserve. It's a pretty big tree. It's on the site plan. The center tree is being removed, and that's part of the previous application. So in looking at the actual grade, talking to grading contractors, and also the GC on the project, we said, well, let's restudy the height of where we're putting the house. We had it originally at 768-ish, and that's where the original house finished floor elevation was. And we said, well, if we just move the house up to 770 and we kind of lower the garage, we might find a sweet spot between the garage elevation and house elevation. We're not touching the house as far as the design. It's just where it sits on the property. The house to the left had an addition on it. I know we can't use it historically, but it is a 2-story plus a roof house. It was added on years ago. So what we thought, because we have a driveway, there's a lot of large trees on the left-hand side of the driveway, is that if we kind of cut and fill a little bit, we might be able to find that spot. But in order to do that, the house by elevation marker, not that it's taller than the house, it's higher than the house, would be about 1'8" higher than the house. And I know that that has not been approved before with topography. Now, the one thing we can do is we can regrade the yard similar to in a previous application that you just saw, but I'm completely wiping out the trees, the one tree and the entire backyard of this property. The unique part of this property, and I'm doing this without even looking, I know it intimately. The unique part of this property is that the back left corner of this property is the only piece that touches the historic district. The house to the left, which is in the historic district. So this is on the cusp, on the boundaries. To the right is a gas station. Behind it is multifamily that will be redeveloped, and it actually sits 5, 6, 7 feet higher in property, in grade than this house. Yeah, so there's photos of it. And if Candace, if you can go to some of the photos that we have, slide 9. So I'm gonna step up here. So slide 9, the tree in the back right corner of slide 9 behind the gentlemen that are there, that's the tree that is in the middle of the yard. Just go to the other side, other photo. Sorry if you can zoom out just a hair. So again, I know that we're not allowed to use this house other than its historic piece, which is right here. But this is 2-story and a roof, and we're talking about the driveway that actually parallels the two properties. This is the gas station to its right. This is another street view showing the house, and this is our house that will be demolished. The streetscape, the zoot well superimposed, you can see the proposed house and the 1'8" difference between house and garage. And this is actually pushing this over. So we would like the finished floor of the garage to be at 773. The house is at 770. And that's where those three options were defined for you. The survey, the slide 6, please. If you can look at this, upper right-hand corner of slide 6, you'll see what I'm talking about with the circle. That piece, that the south side of the property line of 225 is adjacent to the historic house. To its north, there is the gas station. To its west is open land. And we're talking about this particular corner that's in the circle. And so our request here today is to take uniqueness of the site, its surrounding context into consideration so that we can, number one, flip the garage so that there's no retaining wall, or have very little internal retaining wall. So the back of the garage and the left side of the garage are slightly in the ground. If I bring them all the way in the ground, I lose my tree, and I really don't want to lose the tree. If you go to the site plan again, I'm sorry. Yeah. It's an oak. I think it's a 30-inch oak. This one's gone. It's this one. We've already got an approval to remove. It's the upper tree right there. And so this is what was. We want to flip the garage because this had the retaining wall going all the way down the property line. And then because we'd have to be 5 feet off the property line, the back of the garage was retaining, and this was approved. But this is what we want now, so that this setback and there's just the garage itself becomes retaining. Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Angie. And you're asking for preferred option number 1.
Correct, correct. Versus losing the tree, digging down 7 feet, losing the entire backyard and losing like, yes,
And option number 1 is how much taller than the house?
it is 1'8".
And the accessory building is 1'8" taller than the main house, but the main house is also going up how many feet?
From 768.6 to 770, 1.4 feet. So just raising the elevation of the house in order to get that delta down below 2 feet, which is what we had discussed. We had a preliminary review and you just said, present what our best option is.
And there's no colors.
Can you go to slide 9? So if I look at the top view, that's what it would look like with option 1, like that.
Yes, that is correct, because you have a 10-foot delta from the sidewalk to the back, and you can't tell when you're walking the property, but once we've gotten the topography, and we have not completed the permit-ready plans yet, because it hinges on this, 1'8". Talking about that much at, 100-foot back.
I guess just the way this looks, that doesn't look secondary at all to me.
And the commission has never approved an accessory structure that's taller than the main structure.
Yeah, and and it's still, it just doesn't look secondary.
You're talking about the structure itself or the height?
Yes.
So the structure was approved. with the house.
Yeah.
Things have changed,
But it's-
so.
I'm sorry.
Since things have changed topographically,
It
like,
looks different.
you can still review the entire structure
Of the accessory or the house?
of the accessory.
Okay.
So option number 3, or exploring house and ADU, with respect to site topography, the third section, that's feasible, but it requires a ton of excavation and the loss of that other tree. Is that correct?
That is correct. Option 3 puts it 1 foot lower.
Right.
Than the house, but I have to regrade the entire yard. And the risk is I'd need a retaining wall between the neighbor's backyard and us, because I've got to hold this further right here. This is the ground, and then it would come down.
Wouldn't the garage retain there?
That's what I was gonna.
So I have to be 5 feet off the property line. So, but, well, yes, to answer your question, but then all of this is in the ground here.
It all retains.
The garage is retaining.
Yeah.
Well, then I have that much exposed from above the ground. Have to change the.
You originally had it approved?
So what we had originally approved was not this. If you go to,
There was a big retaining wall.
there was, but it wasn't touching the
The
garage.
garage. There was a space to walk in between to get to the
It
door.
would only be the back wall of the ADU garage that was retaining.
Mhm.
Slide 7. Oh, here, sorry. So this was the walkway here, and this was retaining. But once we got the topography, and this is 5 feet away from the property line. So this part of the ADU in its previous elevations had this much exposed above the ground. This was in the ground. Well, now, you know, this is the ground where where the line is. So we have a little bit of a dilemma that we need your guidance on.
Do you have to go 2 stories?
Well,
As far as-
We shouldn't design.
But I mean.
That's a
that's
fair
a
question.
legit I'm not trying to, I
Sure.
couldn't design it if I wanted to.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, do you have to, because the way that the property looks, it looks like you could go, because it's a garage and a living space.
Correct.
Could you go wider?
So
Or
yes.
closer
Something,
to the
could you-
house?
Something.
So I do lose the tree. Anything I do, I lose the.
Angie.
Front to back, not side to side.
So you're talking about pull the garage forward in that, okay, as a discussion? Yes, I still have retaining on the back because the grade goes from 776 to
Yeah.
76 foot rise in grade just from here back. So I'm naturally, even if I put it at ground or dig it into the ground, have 6 foot grade change, 5'8".
Think
But then you're
you
not
probably
2 feet
figure
away.
that tree's
Gone.
got a better, maybe less than a 50-50 chance of making it.
And it's over 30 inches, so it's a heritage tree.
Heritage.
If I may just level set with the commission 1 minute. At 604 South Summit, about 2 or 3 years ago, they had a very similar conditions. And we continued that project 2 and 3 times because that project was going to be taller than the garage or taller than the house. So it's a similarly situated project that I think we would have to consider similar situations the same way.
When you say it's similar situation, the grade's higher in the back.
So
Correct.
what I think,
Have the solution, like what did they end up doing? Or did
Um,
they end up doing anything?
They did a 1-story with a little loft for storage.
Yes.
I don't know if it's been built.
So as, you know, here's the thing, we don't want to raise the house we could elevate the house as an option. But it competes with, it competes with the historic structure right next door. So we had a balance of where we wanted finished floor elevation to be at 768 and change, which is where the original house FFE was. And so that the house was of a certain height compared to the block face, even though the house next door is taller. So the back of the garage, if it is that we have to reconsider the height of the garage or the dwelling part of the garage, we will also consider that. What I guess I want a guidance now is it, you know, are you guys okay with it being 5 or 6 feet in the ground? And then you only have a short distance of grade to boxing left over? Because if I only have a 10-foot tall wall, 6 feet in the ground only gives me 4 feet of wall above grade.
And I think that you would have to change the design because then you
Absolutely.
would move your soffit and adjust per that grade. So
Yeah, it would look odd if you
yes.
had this much of wall space. And I know it's done and it's been done, but it is something that so if we raise the house and lower the garage, I mean, we could balance things. It's just, you know, finding out what that delta is that you guys would approve. If is it 1 foot? Can we work with 1 foot below the ridge of the house? Is that, like, if we were to come back to you with, hey, we need to raise the house 1'4" so that we're not killing the guy's tree next door, or, you know, what is that? Is that?
So
Well,
that
I
you
don't-
need to show on Zotwall how that affects
I understand.
compared to the highest historic house.
Right, so
Which,
is down the block.
It's on the, at the very end is the one you used, I think, right, Angie? You used
Correct.
2201.
788.
Mm-hmm. But
Yes.
then you also, but raising it, we're looking at eave lines, we're looking at window header heights,
Yes.
we're looking at all of those things as well.
Correct. So there's a balance. We really don't want to raise the house, just too many steps going up to the front. It's just, I'd rather not, but if we could raise it, you know, that much, a foot, in the grand scheme of things, at that distance, is that considerable?
So what I'm looking at is the house is already 6 feet over even when that, it's far over its neighbor. And
No.
it
So what that image you see is with it raised up. Okay, so it was lower originally, but we asked for what our preferred option was. This is our preferred option.
But for option 3, to drop it, you have to run the retaining wall, not just at the garage, all the way to nearly the house.
Correct,
So you have a 68, 70-foot long retaining wall.
correct. Starting from a foot down to 5, 6, 7 feet.
Feel like prison yards.
It would be similar to the project that y'all just approved with a backyard retaining wall that's 5 or 6 feet tall and leveling the entire backyard.
But 70 feet long.
70 feet long.
So, yes, other than, you know, the width. Yeah, yes, you'd be leveling the entire backyard.
4 feet.
4 feet, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was close.
4 feet with a step down and
All right, so
Okay, I was.
any other Commissioner Holtz, do you have a question?
Yeah, I got a question. How with that tree on the right, how are they gonna get their tree protection with the garage where it is now?
So with the arborist to cut roots appropriately. So you can build up to a certain distance. Yes, you have to have tree protection. But if we have the city arborist give us direction on cutting the roots in an appropriate way, we hope the tree will survive. And that's what I believe Scott was saying. You know, you've got this circumference of a 30-foot, you know, you got a 30-inch tree, you have to be 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the tree in the middle is gone. That, we already knew that one. And we could do, you know, they don't want to take out that tree. It's a beautiful shade tree in the backyard.
my hope would be honestly that you would reconsider the site, look, the location of the garage or something else, because to me, just this way of trying to fit the approved design into a changed condition just doesn't work. I'm not comfortable with how tall this is. I think the idea of the accessory being this much taller than the main structure is just, it's inappropriate. I know it's on the edge and I know the hill and all of that, but I just don't think that works. If you want to come back to us and show us sight lines and a sight line from the side as well, I think we should entertain that. But at this point, none of these look like they are something that meets our standards.
I know that before the house was 2 feet higher than the garage, but the grade was different. So if the grade was put back to, or graded down to that appropriate level, we wouldn't have to be here. The only reason we would be here is if we wanted to flip the garage, and that, Candace had said that that would be a new application. So it'd be flipping the garage, and that's what we do want to do, which is part of this. So if we went back and just graded the property down, then we wouldn't need to be here. Is that correct?
Retaining walls. Rock, so you do need the permission
Well-
to regrade the lot.
Well, if I pull, and I'm not designing now, I know it's 7 o'clock, but if we were to pull the garage forward and you had slope down and proper grading from the backyard neighbor that's not in the historic district, then we could manage to, depending on where the garage is located, work with staff in that location.
Commission would want to see how you're grading it and where everything's sitting. So
Okay.
this project is gonna have to come.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll close now. Go for it.
So I move that we continue this application and ask the applicant to restudy the grading options to bring us more detail on how the project would appear from street level and from the with a lower with a clearly subordinate accessory structure design, either placed differently, redesigned to be 1 story, something that makes it clearly secondary to the site. Regarding the main structure, I don't think we have any changes that we're asking for. I think that can remain with our prior approval. But the secondary structure, according to our standards, what's my standard? 6.9, thank you.
Height and width.
Height, width, and context does need to be clearly secondary. 8.1?
Accessory.
Oh, 8.1. 8.1 accessory structures. And tree protection ordinance, the city was the other piece of that.
Sorry, and just to be clear that you would like the main house to be at the originally approved height, which was
Yes.
like option 2 or 3, not option 1.
Yeah, no change to the original approval.
Right. Okay. Which, yeah.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Allred. Any discussion? Okay, let's just take a vote.
Holtz, yes.
Atkinson, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Wojcik, yes.
Stanley, yes.
Whitlock, yes.
Taylor, yes.
So Wash, yes.
Allred, yes.
Bella, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0.
Okay.
Did anybody do minutes?
Oh, thank you. Can I just say one thing? I may just off the record, I just feel honored that I've had so many cases this month. For y'all. I don't know if it's craziness, insanity, or just being humble, but thank you.
Thanks, Angie.
Welcome to your staff. Y'all did a great job. It's hard the first time. It looks easy until you start doing it.
Yeah.
Same thing with motions.
Right. Did anybody do minutes?
For many cases, next question.
Okay. Thanks. Nobody did minutes.
They did minutes.
Sorry.
Can we assign minutes for next time?
Can
somebody do
Kern
May?
usually does the minutes.
Oh, she's not here. Okay.
We can, she's not here, this is fine.
All right. I would say that still the May minutes have me here, but I wasn't here. Have me saying stuff. Yes.
Update the May minutes.
So,
And she was not here.
okay, thanks. Oh, we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss?
I will just announce one last time that cases 12, 13, and 15 will be at the beginning of the August agenda.
This meeting is adjourned at 7:08 PM.